ada yote. Your African identity is not authentic. If kabla ya kuendelea, wacha tuhakikishe maneno kadhaa katika kichwa hiki kwa Kiingereza. Kitambulisho Mwafrika halisi kama. Before we want to verify a number of words that are included in this title. By African, we are not referring to the continent only, but to every melanin-dominant human being that walks on the earth today. What do we mean by identity? The most is psychologist Erik Erikson. In his most popular book, Identity, Youth and Crisis, published in 1968, Erikson also claimed that identity is a product of our environment, but he expanded the theory a little bit, and that it includes not only the people we interact with, but also the clothes we wear, the food we eat, and the music we listen to. We are going to continue to expand this into our cultural identity issues, physical attributes, and other propositions that we are going to show that your African identity is not authentic if a certain number of conditions are not met. The word authentic traditionally referred to any work of art that is original, not a copy. Being authentic, according to Webster's dictionary, is when someone or something is authentic. They are real, actual, and not false or imitation, and or they are true to their own personality, spirit, or character. So that's what we want to look at today as we look at your African identity. The use of the word if infers that this is a conditional statement or title, because there is a possibility that certain circumstances, events, or situations may materialize, or might be happening, or might have happened, hence disqualifying the normative state. In other words, you are not authentic and you are not an African, even though you have got dark or black or melaninated skin. That is, you are not a race authentic. So it is crucial to be sure that your melanin dominant nature is authentic, that it is race congruent and an exact reality, as well as an extension of your independent ancestral identity. Therefore, if you are following Jesus Christ, you are not connected to Jesus Christ by any biological means or by creation. Therefore, you are not authentic if you are following either Jesus Christ and then you claim to be a Muntu or a Bantu or an African. You are not an African. You are an African only with the skin that you are wearing. However, if you are a born-again, Jesus-loving Christian or a follower of the Khazarian religion or Islam and practicing Indian yoga or meditation or Kabbalah or anything that is not Ubuntu cultural act, you are not an African other than your melanin dominant skin only. This is a very serious matter that you have to think about very seriously. If you whiten your skin, if you whiten your mind, if you entertain alien philosophies like capitalism, socialism, communism, or democracy, or even if you vote or any dictatorships, or if you accept any vaccinations or any tablets that changes your skin, or your brain or your thinking, you are not an authentic African. You are something else. If you identify yourself by using continent, African countries that were created by the Berlin Conference, if you call yourself by those names, like I'm a Zambian, I'm a South African, I'm a Zimbabwean, I'm a Nigerian, I'm a South Sudanese or anything, you are authenticating the Berlin Conference. Therefore, you are not an African by any means. If you belong to a political party, either the African National Congress, ZANU-PF, or Jubilee Party, or any other party anywhere on earth, and if you vote in an election, you are not an authentic African. You are something else. You only have the skin as color only. Even if your premise of an African identity is based on historical, cultural, and psychological factors, you still may not be an African, because these are factors that are weak constituencies of identity, because they will never glue you to the real identity in moments of severe crisis, like the destruction of your DNA or the destruction of your continent or your race. And only situations that challenges your moral or communitarian threats. One of the fateful illusions among blacks, according to Chancellor Williams in his book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, is that the white world does not know about the very weak areas in the race, which are the basis for its power and control over them. When we reach the point where we begin to seek out and turn the searchlight on the things that divide and hold us back, at that point, the white oppressors will have reason to tremble. So the white man stays on alert, keeping a sharp lookout for any signs of strength, and developing among the blacks, exploring for real obstacles to unity, would be a disturbing sign of growing strength. So disunity planted by a religion like Islam, Christianity, Khazarian Judaism, or any other xenophobic ideas that define another African as foreign in any part of Africa, that is, you are not identifying yourself as an African. You are not authentic. You are just a pawn. So, as strategic features that come up is history, when according to a Sumer legend, the question was asked, what became of the black people of Sumer? A traveler asked an old man, for all ancient records show that the people of Sumer were black. What happened to them? The old man sighed. They lost their history, and so they died. So your African identity is not authentic. Even if your African identity brings up your origins, your African identity is not authentic, even if you use sciences like anthropology, linguistic, ethnology, physical and cultural archaeology to dig up your history or your knowledge about yourself. Even if you improve your economics, even you know your history, your philosophy, political science or psychology or sociology, this can never reveal how you can have an authentic identity, even of your melanin dominant human nature. Even if African identity brings up our origins, cultures, and development, the colonial motivated alienation of the African mind still will play a major role in the moral crisis, corruption, war, and anarchy. Disunity, as we already indicated above, of melanin dominant humans makes it impossible for our true identity to manifest. The problem of an authentic African identity is twofold. First, our rich moral inheritance has been destroyed of its dignity, discipline, diligence, faithfulness, honest, and sound integrity by all the systems we elaborate on above. Wrong religion, wrong education, wrong geography, wrong history, and wrong political ideologies destroys us all. This has educated us with blinding ignorance. Hence, we spew out intolerance of anything authentically African. We will show what it is, and you will realize, you will cringe and run away from it. In that state, it is easy to accept and defend alien Western doctrines which are inappropriate for our base. Even if we say reclaim and live Ubuntu through the way of Maati to restore your Bantu identity, which is your power, you resist because of Christianity, Judaism, Islam, democracy, and many other current ideologies we perpetually use, and they have become like a flywheel effect to destroy the melanin dominant self, the continent, and the brotherhood amongst ourselves, thus creating a race of the poorest humans on earth and in the world, despite living in locations endowed with the richest in natural human resources. Therefore, who has an authentic African identity? It is anyone who seriously revere their ancestors to the point of having a spirit manifest and dwelling inside them. Therefore, these are authentic Africans. Inside them, they are the spirit of their ancestors. Now, the second aspect of who then is an authentic African is that they have made room within their lives to entertain as many Bantu divinities as they can. They have authenticated these paramount real-time existences, and inside them there is the absence and the non-existence of the spirit of Jesus or the worship of Allah. They can then come about and they claim that their religion is Ubuntu Maati consciousness, that their spirituality is also Ubuntu Maati consciousness, and that they have a vision and an inspiration from their ancestors as well as from their divinities. It is this then that makes you an authentic Muntu, an authentic melanin dominant human being. It is very, very clear that there are very few authentic, true Africans. Billions are only melanin dominant in their skins, but their brain has been programmed to think and to fashion an identity that is not truly Muntu. What about you? What about you? If you realize you are an African in skin only, but you desire to be like one who is an authentic African or melanin dominant human, send us your email and we will share more details. Find out how historical truisms turbocharges your consciousness today. This is our email, and also you can visit us on our website. Subscribe to our website and our channel. This preacher Rabbi Ellen Dumizulu saying, are you an authentic African or you are just a melanin dominant human in skin only? Till we meet again, think about that. Have a great day. Asante sana. Salani kahle. Siyabonga. Tatenda.
the History YouTubers collaboration on Africa. Be sure to check out the entire Nowhere is this more true than in the South, where spoken history and oral tradition have long reigned supreme. When Europeans first came here in the 1800s, such was their fixation on the written word that it was argued this place had no history at all. One of those men was a German-American big game hunter named Adam Render. Whilst hunting in the highlands of the interior in 1867, he found something astonishing. 1,500 kilometers inland, on the highland plateau of modern-day Zimbabwe, surrounded by an endless array of massive rocks in a seemingly barren landscape, he found the ruins of a magnificent ancient city. Crafted in expertly worked stone. The walls here curve and flow along the contours of the ground, with nothing besides gravity and the extreme architectural precision of those who built them to keep them in place. The most formidable structure of the city, known as the Great Enclosure, has walls 11 meters tall and 6 meters wide at the lowest point, that extend for 250 meters, built using millions of bricks. This is the largest pre-modern structure to the south of the Sahara Desert. Render wasn't the first European to come upon this place. More than 300 years earlier, several Portuguese sailors describe the city in detail, one of them arguing that it must have been built by the devil himself. Such was the foreboding architecture of the place. It existed in local legend too, of course, the Shona people of the region continuing to retell their past in song and story. The city had never been lost to them. As far as they were concerned, it was a place of their ancestors. Yet, when German explorer Karl Mauch arrived in the area to conduct the first archaeological survey in 1871, he concluded that the city was so impressive it could never have been built by native Africans, instead associating it with the long hypothesized biblical site of King Solomon's Mines. At the time, it was widely believed that Africans south of the Sahara simply never had the sophistication needed to smelt iron, work gold, or build a kingdom. Over the decades to come, though a number of scholars did argue to the contrary, the white minority government of Southern Africa continued to toe this line, with arguments to the city's origins ranging from the Queen of Sheba to long-lost Phoenicians to ancient Egypt. Finally, by the mid-20th century, the growing weight of evidence could simply not be ignored any longer. Great Zimbabwe, as the site was now known, once home to between 18 and 25,000 people, had in fact been built by Africans. Not only that, but this city was part of a much larger system, being the centre of a rich African trading kingdom between the 11th and 15th centuries, now thought to have dominated all of the lands from the Zambezi to the Limpopo rivers, including much of modern-day Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Alongside a huge amount of native pottery and metalwork, items have been found here from China, Persia, and all over the Indian Ocean trade network. Though it is the largest stone town of its type in southern Africa, Great Zimbabwe is not the first nor the last. In fact, some 200 others exist across the region, most containing similar styles of architecture, suggesting a long-lasting and widespread culture, the descendants of which now live all across southern Africa, having dispersed into many groups and nations. The ruin even gave its name to the country of Zimbabwe when it became independent in 1980. But why is this place not more widely known? Well, until the 1970s, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, the official government line in Rhodesia was that Great Zimbabwe was a mystery. This is a story that was very nearly lost forever and has only begun to be taught in African school curriculums in the last few decades, let alone in the West. This is the story of Great Zimbabwe and the first cities of southern Africa. This video is sponsored by Magellan TV, a brand new educational streaming service with over 2,000 documentaries to watch on all manner of different subjects. Magellan's producers and curators have brought together an astounding collection of documentaries on history, science, nature, culture, and geography. These include films, series, and exclusive playlists you can't find anywhere else. Like Netflix, this is a streaming service, but made just for documentary lovers and knowledge seekers. You can watch Magellan anywhere at any time on any device, directly through the high-quality app, which also offers a wide selection of content in 4K at no extra cost. There are no ads or limited access at any time, and the best part, new documentaries are added on a weekly basis. If you enjoy this video on Great Zimbabwe, then why don't you delve a little further into African history, with Origins of Africa, Africa's Primeval Oceans, and Africa Today, along with a whole host of other historical content. Those of you who head on over to magellantv.com/historytime or use my link in the description below will get a free trial. So what are you waiting for? Head on over and get yourself some free knowledge. When the Romans took control of Egypt during the 1st century BC, they came into direct contact with an ocean-born world to the south and the east. Here, on the lush shores of the Red Sea, and across the Indian Ocean beyond, existed an ancient system of trade, one of the most important crossroads in world history. For those daring enough to attempt the voyage from southern Arabia across to the multitude of emporiums on India's western coast, a fortune could be made. And then, due to the curious monsoon winds of the sea, if all went to plan, they could be blown all the way back to where they started, with little effort. Sometime between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD, a hard-headed Greek sea captain made a record of the various ports and anchorages across this vast ocean of opportunity. We know it as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. That unnamed merchant sailor, clearly a veteran of the trade winds, not only describes a huge multitude of Indian, Persian, Arabian, Yemeni, and Egyptian ports, but he describes the world to the south too. For it wasn't just India that Greco-Roman merchants would travel to sell their wares, but Africa too. The 3rd century prophet Mani, a Persian by birth, regarded the Aksumite Empire in modern-day Ethiopia as one of the 4 great powers of his time, alongside Persia, Rome, and China. In the next century, this city-building civilization with links to the Middle East lasting thousands of years would become one of the first Christian powers in the world. Further south, in modern-day Somalia, a multitude of other cities are described, until finally we get to our southernmost port, Rapta. Somewhere on the coast of modern-day Tanzania. The great 2nd century geographer Ptolemy also describes the lands further inland from here, suggesting Alexandrian travellers knew of Mount Kilimanjaro and the Great Lakes region where the Nile originates. It's more than likely that they first made port at the trading emporium of Rapta. According to the Periplus, a source of ivory, tortoise shell, and rhino horn, items often originating far inland. Perhaps an outpost of the Himyarite kingdom of Yemen. Historian James Innes Miller argues that Rapta may have once formed a vital trade link between modern-day Indonesia and consumers in the Mediterranean. For centuries, the location of Rapta was thought to have been lost, and it is still debated today. In recent decades, however, Tanzanian archaeologist Dr. Felix Chami discovered on the island of Mafia and Shuani a heavy concentration of Roman and Egyptian coins dating from the first few centuries AD, suggesting this may have been the location of the lost trading hub. From the 4th until the 9th centuries, as Rome declined, East Africa largely disappears from the Western historical record. Though Rapta does seem to have survived for a time, being mentioned by the 6th century trader Cosmas Indicopleistes, and by Stephanus of Byzantium. Yet, by this time, most of the merchants active in this region originated in southern Arabia. Thus, with the birth of Islam in the 7th century, it was Islamic traders who began to dominate the coastal routes. Now, finally, we have our first mention of native Africans along the southern African coastline. A Bantu-speaking group of farmers and fishermen known as the Swahili. The Swahili language, the word itself coming from the Arabic for coast, is a melting pot. reflecting the diverse groups of peoples who plied this coast, also containing Indian and even Portuguese words. By the 9th century, all along modern-day Somalia, Kenya and Tanzania, urbanized Islamic communities began to form, building in stone and in coral. Long thought to have been built by Islamic emigres, modern archaeology and even contemporary accounts now heavily suggest that though Islamic in origin, this is a native African tradition. Perhaps the most important of these sites now sits on a remote Tanzanian island, the ruined city of Kilwa Kisiwani, settled from around the 9th century onwards. Often referred to as a stone town, Kilwa is in fact built in coral, cut from the living rock itself and then plastered over. The coral architecture here, contemporary with Gothic architecture in Europe, is not only beautiful, but sophisticated. Ibn Battuta visited here in the 14th century. He described the Great Mosque as one of the wonders of the world. When the Portuguese came later, they wrote of the 100-room palace of the Sultan, along with possessing a vast fortune of innumerable precious stones and gold. The Sultans of Kilwa even minted their own coins, the first in southern Africa. This was a period of remarkable prosperity, with merchants here able to import such luxury goods as Thai stoneware and porcelain from late Song and early Ming dynasty China. And, crucially for us, they traded them with merchants from the hinterlands. At this port in modern-day Tanzania, traders from the outer world, India, China and Arabia, would all come to sell their wares. But they weren't the source of Kilwa's wealth, for the merchants here were middlemen. The source of their trade goods lay far away in the interior. On the highland plateau of Zimbabwe, 1,500 kilometers away, where coins from Kilwa have been found alongside items from China, Persia, and Arabia. Though even before the rise of Great Zimbabwe in the 11th century, we get hints of a long-standing trade relationship with the interior, a thriving system perhaps dating back to the time of Rapta. The great Islamic traveller and geographical writer Al-Masudi, who journeyed in person down the East African coast in around 922, recorded a substantial trade in ivory and gold with the interior at this time. The king of this interior realm bore such titles as Son of the Great Master, the God of the earth and sky, and was the foremost of all African rulers known by the Arabs. In other words, he was most certainly a follower of native African religion, as we shall see were the builders of Great Zimbabwe. In the 1970s, in modern-day Mozambique, a vital link between the coast and the interior was discovered, in the form of a medieval walled city. Manyakeni, a Bantu word meaning the place where people give to each other, was a stone-built capital site, and crucially for our story, gold wasn't just a commodity here, it was buried with the dead. Just as it was at Great Zimbabwe, reflecting a non-Islamic African tradition. A unique type of cattle-feeding grass grows here too, a type originating on the Zimbabwean highlands and not found anywhere else in Mozambique. leading experts to suggest that this was an outpost of Great Zimbabwe. In a devastating twist, the museum holding the priceless artifacts excavated here was destroyed in a fire. Not the first or the last time elements of African history were lost forever. When Europeans first began carving up southern Africa in the 1800s, a lack of rich history made it easier for them to justify their civilizing mission, mostly ignoring the often inconvenient oral history of the place. Today, by using modern archaeological techniques and by investigating the fragments of oral history that do survive, we can arrive at a somewhat basic picture of the history of this land. Just as Greek and Indian sailors crossed over the Erythraean Sea to make their fortunes in the first few centuries AD, another migration took hold over much of Africa. We know this period as the Bantu migrations. Climatological data tells us that the Sahara Desert suffered a significant drying up around this time, in part leading to a mass population movement to the south, and eventual revolution in metalworking and society throughout the continent. As early as 300 AD, certain Iron Age Bantu pastoralists got as far south as the Limpopo River, on the border of modern-day South Africa, bringing their herd animals, secrets of metalworking, and perhaps the legacy of Sudanic kingship and kingdom building to the region for the first time. More groups continued to arrive from the Great Lakes region over the centuries to come, either displacing or merging with existing hunter-gatherer groups. Until finally, by around 900 AD, complex, sedentary states began to form, many of which share a common material culture. One of these sites, occupied from at least the 9th century onwards, the same time Kilwa put down its roots on the coast, gives its name to this entire culture. Discovered on a small hilltop near the town of Bulawayo in 1947, Leopard's Kopje is a relatively small site, though one with notable evidence of metalworking, insular pottery, building in stone, and, as time went on, trade. The staple diet for most people remained agricultural produce, sorghum, millet, beans, and squash, though cattle raising became an important economic force, clearly demonstrated by cattle pens in most villages being the major meeting place and ceremonial centre, and by the miniature figurines of long-horned cows and cattle horns, evidence of a pre-Christian and pre-Islamic African civilization, the direct ancestors of today's Shona people, the largest ethnic group in modern-day Zimbabwe. A multitude of rival towns likely existed at this time, all vying with each other for lucrative trade rights with the Swahili coast. For our story, one of the most important of these early stone towns is a site known today as Schroeder, named for the farm it was found on. Modest Schroeder may seem, yet this settlement is the first link in a chain eventually leading to the architecture of Great Zimbabwe. In many Bantu areas today, and other pastoralist groups all over the world, people still measure wealth in terms of how many cattle you own, still being used as dowries in many cases. Even today, business and important meetings are still often undertaken in the cattle corral, the center of the community. Just over 1,000 years ago, it was this fixation that may have led to the formation of the region's first elites. Only the richest could afford each other's bride prices, thus setting them as a people apart. At Schroeder and other sites in the Limpopo Valley, we have archaeological evidence of the jump from pastoralist farmers to complex, centralized state, increasingly dependent on the ivory trade with the East. Vitally, more glass beads are found at this site than anywhere else in the area at this time, suggesting a monopoly over trade with the Swahili coast, which may have exhausted ivory links further east to the sea, and been forced to look further inland as a result, thus kickstarting this societal shift. At Schroeder, these travelling merchants found good trading partners, and the elites became rich. It's thought by some scholars that glass beads may have even begun to replace cattle as a form of currency. It is also this time that gold mining begins. Was this the native African kingdom spoken of by al-Masudi? With great prosperity, however, always comes a price. The new elites at Schroeder had effectively placed a target on their backs. By around 1000 AD, a new group, attracted by Schroeder's wealth and trade with the outside world, moved in and conquered the area, pushing the people of Schroeder away to the west and establishing their own settlement, complete with a cattle corral. We know it as K2. A particularly large site, K2 has an especially rich material culture, suggesting a powerful elite here with an increasingly important class distinction between social groups. Manufacturers here even began making their own beads, perhaps having seized the means of how to do so from traders of the coast. Another important leap begins here too, as gold is mined in far greater frequencies than before. Perhaps after the people here realized the high prices it could get from the traders from the Swahili coast. As more gold was mined, trade increased dramatically, attracting more and more people to the area. Cattle was now no longer the sole determinant of wealth, and corrals began to make way for law and royal trade courts. By around 1075, something astonishing happens. The royal elite at K2 seem to have made a conscious decision to separate themselves from their ever-growing population of subjects, relocating permanently to a nearby hilltop, a site that may have been used previously for ceremonial purposes. We know it today as Mapungubwe Hill, meaning place of stone and place of jackals in the local languages. The beating heart of South Central Africa's first verifiable kingdom. On an imposing hilltop at the very northern tip of modern-day South Africa exists one of the most important archaeological sites in the whole of the continent. For this is where kingship in the south truly began. Here, at the meeting point between the Limpopo and the Shashi rivers, once existed the thriving capital of a pre-colonial kingdom. The wooden and stone structures that once filled this landscape are now long gone. Yet evidence does remain, etched into the barren earth and the living rock. 900 years ago, stone and wood were used here together, creating a beautiful synthesis of humanity and nature. Archaeologists found evidence here of a grand stone enclosure, not too different to the one at Great Zimbabwe, as well as a wooden palisade wall built for defence and for the privacy of the elite. For the royal family here were very much a people apart. Just like at Manyakeni and at Great Zimbabwe, they were laid to rest with gold. Most of the city's population would have lived inside an enclosing wall on the plains below the hilltop. Spatial organisation in the kingdom involved the use of stone walls to separate areas based on social distinction for the first time, a system that would later be replicated in countless other sites up until the 19th century. The common people would come up to pay tribute or bring supplies, but mostly they would stay down below. The growth in population here may have led to full-time specialists in ceramics, specifically pottery, but also metalworking, most of which is lost today due to neglect and treasure hunting in the early 20th century, though some does survive, hinting at an astonishing material culture. Gold is an easier material to smelt than iron, which had already been mastered by Bantu for centuries. Gold working thus came naturally to these people, with significant evidence of mining found from this era, and gold itself became extremely important, perhaps taking on a ritualistic, spiritual quality, being valued for more than just its monetary price, and buried with rulers. It was also gold that attracted people back here in the late 1800s and early 1900s, leading to the widespread looting and melting down of gold items. It is a wonder that this golden rhino, buried on top of the hill, has survived to the present. One of the most iconic artifacts of the site, thought to represent a black rhino, an animal associated with the ancestors in Shona tradition, spent most of the 20th century locked away in a storeroom at Pretoria University. At least 24 skeletons were unearthed on Mapungubwe Hill in the 1930s. We don't know any of their names, or even the name they called themselves as a people. And most of them disintegrated almost as soon as they were exposed to light and air. 11, however, were available for analysis. Recent genetic studies found that 2 individuals, a male and a female, were in fact of Khoisan descent and thought to be a king and queen of the city. All of the bodies were laid to rest in the traditional Bantu burial position, with legs drawn to the chest, arms folded around the front of the knees and facing to the west. One was found with this beautiful gold mace or scepter. Another with this golden headdress, once thought to be a ceremonial bowl. We can only wonder what other items once rested here. Up until well into the 20th century, local tradition here still saw Mapungubwe Hill as a cursed, dangerous place, with the potential repercussions for trespassing, including death and going blind. It was these superstitions, perhaps a leftover of the ritualization of sacred kingship, that saved the burial grounds here from grave robbers for so long. for the king here loved, feared, and perhaps at times worshipped by his people. For he held the power to distribute wealth. This was the secret to the kingdom's success, how it stayed together for so long, and why he and his family had to live apart from their subjects. This tradition of common people below and the ruling family living on a hilltop above was carried on at later sites such as Great Zimbabwe, and is also found at other contemporary sites such as Mapela, found in 1967, though it remains unclear what the connection between the two was. Many experts think the king may have been a priestly figure, with his family members doing the day-to-day running of the state in the city below, and he performing more of a ceremonial role. The city below probably housed a population of up to 5,000 people, with a number of outlying settlements. The sheer wealth and unique material culture discovered here and at other sites suggests a kingdom dominating the Limpopo Valley, potentially spanning an area some 30,000 kilometers in size, an area no doubt kept in line through military prowess. There is a reason why we don't know much about Mapungubwe. Like Great Zimbabwe, the first archaeologist to undertake research here went into the dig with preconceived notions of what he was about to find. For he was Guy Gardiner, and as far as he was concerned, this was a long-lost ancient Egyptian colony. From 1935 until 1940, Gardiner worked at the site largely alone, with a modest team of African diggers. And according to many historians, such was the lack of care given that the wheelbarrows of topsoil dug up were only sifted every now and again, for the most part being thrown off the side of the hill in the search for larger items, vital knowledge being lost forever in the process. Mapungubwe remained a little-known, obscure site, and Gardiner's findings were only published 23 years later. It would be many years yet before the native African roots of this site would be recognised. We know not the names of any of the kings who ruled here, and soon enough their time was up. Perhaps the kingdom fell in battle, perhaps the ivory or gold ran out, or the cities of the Swahili coast found new trading partners. For many experts, however, it was climatic conditions that ended life at Mapungubwe, the Little Ice Age making life simply not feasible here anymore. By 1290, the place was abandoned for good, with the last of its inhabitants moving on to better climes. To the north, on the Zimbabwean plateau, one of these sites was about to enter a golden age, for a new kingdom was on the rise. In 1905, British archaeologist David Randall McIver arrived at Great Zimbabwe to embark on a new analysis of the city. The previous century had not been kind to the heritage of the Zimbabwean plateau, with the pickaxes of gold prospectors soon being followed by the spades of looters. Perhaps the most notorious of these, two Brits named Neil and Johnson, founders of the Rhodesian Ancient Ruins Company, made an absolute fortune from amassing irreplaceable medieval gold from the region before melting it down into ingots, around 50 kilos in all. In the late 19th century, any artefacts lying near to the topsoil at Great Zimbabwe suffered a similar fate. In 1904, a freelance scholar named R.N. Hall convinced that the place was originally a Phoenician city, removed as much as 12 feet of topsoil and occupation layers in order to get down to what he saw as the ancient layers below, referring to the occupation layers of the Shona city as African detritus, throwing it away into the surrounding bush. Yet, nevertheless, when MacGyver arrived at the site, the city was so large that more than enough evidence remained to conduct his analysis. Having no preconceived notions of what he would find at the site, instead simply taking the evidence at face value, he found absolutely nothing to suggest that the site hadn't in fact been built by Africans. The issue remained a controversial one, however, and MacGyver's stance far from a fully established consensus. Yet, in 1929, another dig undertaken by Gertrude Thompson came to much the same conclusions. And finally, in the 1950s, Peter Garlake, with the aid of carbon-14 dating, put the matter to rest once and for all. Though he himself was forced to leave the country in 1970, everywhere besides Rhodesia now agreed. Great Zimbabwe, medieval city that thrived from the 11th to the 15th centuries, had been built and lived in by Africans. For Garlake, the evidence overwhelmingly suggested that the rulers of Great Zimbabwe had been a tightly organised aristocratic kinship group possessing a court culture, existing alongside numerous other Shona groups and traditions. The sheer size and material wealth at the site suggests a monopoly over internal and external trade in the region, and very probably a long-term military, economic and social dominance over the entire plateau, heavily fortified by religious power and devotion. Situated at the southeastern end of the Zimbabwean plateau, Great Zimbabwe wasn't actually in the gold-producing areas which extended around it in a wide arc. These were already well established by the time that it was built. It was a site chosen on purpose due to its temperate climate and varied agricultural potential, midway between dry grazing lands and damp valleys, on a crossroads that captures the moist southeast trade winds from the coast, and receives unusually constant and reliable rainfall as a result. The place was at the centre of an internal system of trade, as well as the external one it had monopoly over. Significant evidence exists of raw products from the entire plateau being brought here in order to be reworked by master craftspeople. And records prior to its looting in the 19th century show that the site was a centre of craft and industry. Metal bracelets and bangles in various states of production were found all over the hill ruin and the great enclosure, along with gold beads, gold wire, and thin sheets of gold thought to cover buildings. Cotton was spun and woven here, evidenced by many spindles found all over the site. And local soapstone was used to make, amongst other things, flat dishes engraved with beautiful carvings of long-horned cattle, zebras, baboons, and other animals. Terracotta models are found of animals too, mostly in the form of cattle, reminiscent of earlier finds at sites of the Leopard's Kopje culture. Perhaps the most impressive finds of all, however, were made in 1902. A hoard of trade goods that not only exemplify overseas contacts, but were sufficiently important enough to qualify as more than African detritus. A great quantity of iron, copper, bronze, and gold was found, along with 3 iron gongs, musical instruments associated with kingship in Shona and Bantu tradition, and various iron hoes, other items often associated with Shona kingship. Most important of all, however, were the mysterious soapstone bird carvings that are found nowhere else before and nowhere else after, seeming to be completely unique. Thought to represent African fish eagles, the statues, 9 of which have been found, some of them the size of a person, may represent divine messengers, a link between the earth and the sky, or even symbolic images of the ancestors. They are now on the flag of modern-day Zimbabwe. Alongside these native finds was a vast plethora of foreign goods, mostly dating from the 14th or 15th centuries, thought to be the heyday of the city. Cowrie shells from the Indian Ocean, a Persian bowl bearing an Arabic inscription, Chinese celadon and stoneware vessels, and tens of thousands of glass trade beads. Perhaps this was tribute received by the ruler here, a tiny hint of the immense amounts of trade that once went on. Though slightly later than the period of Great Zimbabwe's height, in 1517 we get a near contemporary description of those who lived on the Zimbabwean plateau, from the Portuguese writer Duarte Barbosa. The brother-in-law of Ferdinand Magellan, the first circumnavigator of the globe, Barbosa spent much time on the Swahili coast during the early 16th century. According to him, emissaries from the interior regularly came to the coastal ports to buy cottons from India and silks from China. The most noble of these wore skins with tassel tails that trailed on the ground, tokens of their dignity and status. They carried swords thrust into wooden scabbards, bound with much gold and other metals. Others carried spears or bows with arrows of finely pointed iron, for they are warlike men as well as great traders. Their court was 3 weeks' journey away inland, and there stood the king's palace, a very large building, curious and well constructed, in which no cement can be seen, well known as the King's Zimbabwe, meaning big house of stone. The wealth of the city was indeed derived from exports. We can clearly see a huge enrichment of the whole site sometime in the 13th century, with jewellery of gold, ingots of copper, imported Chinese porcelain and Persian glazed wares all arriving at this time, curiously coinciding with the decline of Mapungubwe. Had the elites there relocated to Great Zimbabwe? Or had the Great Zimbabwe elite simply usurped the trade links from their rivals? For most people, however, life remained largely the same, with wealth being reinvested in cattle, pastured on the southern slopes of the plateau, and moved up and downhill in a transhumant lifestyle. The rulers, of course, lived a life apart. They could use imported goods such as rich textiles to reward their followers, and to fund the colossal enclosures we can still see today. More outposts were built during this time too, commanding the places of pasturage and gold production to the north, all the hallmarks of an expanding. Permanent settlement at Great Zimbabwe seems to have begun sometime in the 11th century, the hill complex probably being the earliest area of occupation. At first, the walls were relatively crudely built and similar to other contemporary sites of the Leopards Kopje culture. Situated on an ecological crossroads where many climatic areas meet, Great Zimbabwe may have begun as a trade fair. Soon enough, however, a royal family definitively established themselves and their retinues on the hilltop, with everyone else living down below, much like Mapungubwe before. Infrastructure here was impressive. All the necessary water, food, and building materials had to be painstakingly brought up the hill in order to support the elite. And they were supported for centuries, for the ruling class and royal family controlled the flow of wealth and the influx of gold. On top of the hill, supplied with beer and vegetables from local producers, and milk and meat from royal herds moving around the country, the rich were most certainly kept apart from normal people. Though pieces of iron ore were found in a cave on the hill complex, as well as the remains of smelting furnaces nearby, commoners were not usually allowed up here, for this was the royal burial place of kings. For most people of the kingdom, a cow was an invaluable commodity in itself, its milk and cheese able to sustain entire families. For the king, however, it was different. Evidence of significant numbers of cattle being slaughtered and presumably their meat being consumed has been found on top of the hill. This was a status symbol, clearly demonstrating the power of the elite. This is also remarkably similar to another originally pastoralist group who placed a spiritual emphasis on cattle raising, even after settling down to a sedentary lifestyle. The early Germanic people of Europe, said by the Roman historian Tacitus to have only farmed reluctantly. The hill complex may have been the ritual centre of the kingdom. There was even a cave where the king could bellow out and be heard in the valley below. Like Mapam Gupwe before it, and a wealth of neighbouring sites before, at the same time, and after, enclosures are found at Great Zimbabwe, the result of many centuries of experimentation and development, and perhaps evolution from earlier Bantu cattle corrals. Rather than individual buildings, enclosures never had roofs. They were used to cut off a particular area of the settlement in a private setting. It's thought that each one would have been filled with circular clay-walled buildings for sleeping, cooking, entertaining guests or merchants, and housing animals. The largest may have had areas designed for ceremonies and for holding court, but they were all set in a private context, each perhaps forming a family dwelling for an elite group, or for different professions, divided between priests, bureaucrats, merchants. Historians remain divided on the issue. The very concept of stone walling is completely unique to this region and reflects both the geographical isolation of the builders here and their insular culture compared to other areas of the world. As far as we can tell, there are no streets, no public gathering areas, no monumental buildings. But there are intriguing structures which defy complete explanation, such as this one, thought to possibly be a sundial. As time goes on, particularly through the 13th century, increased sophistication of construction begins, with steps and altars on terraces being incorporated into walls. Sometime, probably in the 14th century, at the height of the power of the city, the most famous and largest of these structures was built. We know it as the Great Enclosure. Each stone here was painstakingly put in place with human hands. There are no straight lines, only curves, clearly demonstrating a highly sophisticated level of stone masonry. The absence of mortar and the thickness of the stones at the bottom gave these walls the flexibility to survive movement without collapse. The winding maze of passageways here, thought by many experts to have been designed in an ingenious way to keep each social class away from each other, merge into an inner wall encircling a series of structures and a younger outer wall, as well as a tower 9 meters high. Perhaps a residence for royal queens, a temple complex, or a sort of royal court where the king could resolve disputes whilst remaining cut off from the people. The exact function of the great enclosure remains disputed, though more than 12 smaller structures of a similar style are found at the site too. Nevertheless, these enclosures only housed people of the elite class. Everyone else, farmers, artisans, and craftsmen, the vast majority of the population here lived outside, in wattle and daub houses that leave little trace. Though as many as 6,000 households are thought to have existed here, perhaps housing as many as 25,000 people at the height of the city, spanning an area of over 7 square kilometers. As we have seen time and time again, Great Zimbabwe didn't exist in isolation. More than 80 other contemporary sites have been found, all containing elite enclosures of a similar type. Unfortunately, few have been investigated properly, and many were looted at the end of the 19th century. Many of these sites were simply far too small, and Great Zimbabwe too large to have any kind of an independent existence, possibly being satellite settlements. But a handful, such as Lekkerwater, Mutoko, and Chumnungwado, do have surviving walls on a scale like Great Zimbabwe, hinting at a more complicated geopolitical situation than can ever be satisfactorily described from archaeology alone. And of course, not everyone lived at Great Zimbabwe or one of the other satellite stone towns. Mostly living in poverty in the countryside, these peasant farmers and miners, perhaps kept in check by ritualized kingship, made up the majority of the population, being depended on by rulers for food, manpower, and ultimately their wealth. By the mid-15th century, archaeology suggests Great Zimbabwe ceased being a trade center of major importance. People continued to live here, perhaps even into the 18th and 19th centuries to a certain degree. Yet, power had most certainly shifted away from the city. Like Mapungubwe before it, no one knows definitively why the city collapsed, with speculation ranging from environmental catastrophe, an expansionist ruler who overextended himself, knock-on effects from the Portuguese arrival, and swift annexation of several Swahili settlements, including Kilwa for a time, or simple competition from increasingly powerful regional rivals. Yet, the culture that had existed here most certainly survived, with succeeding archaeological sites such as Kami, capital of the Kingdom of Butua, suggesting a continuation and mastering of stone building techniques. A multitude of newer stone towns fill the gap left by Great Zimbabwe's fall. But eventually, by around the 16th century, one of them, the Kingdom of Mutapa, said by Shona oral tradition to have been founded by a renegade prince from Great Zimbabwe, would find a new profitable trading partner in the form of the Portuguese, eventually extending its control over all the others. That prince, perhaps the first named Zimbabwean in history, Nyatsimba Mutota, is said to have abandoned his home in the south and moved north to the Zambezi because of a shortage of salt, perhaps reflecting a dire economic or agricultural situation that made living at the city unfeasible. A second tradition outright states that there was a great hunger in the kingdom from which the prince fled. By the early 17th century, the Portuguese increasingly sought to monopolize their influence in the area, and a complicated and devastating series of wars began, leading to the collapse of all of the previous kingdoms and the rise of a new empire as a direct response to the Portuguese. Unlike previous trading states, this was an inward-looking warrior empire, led by a warlord named Changamaya Dondo, said in some legends to have practiced black magic. Known as the Roswi, roughly translating as destroyers, this increased militarization, including the adoption of skills and a professional army, led to another series of lengthy conflicts and the eventual expulsion of the Portuguese from the interior. But also, now that outside trade links had been cut off by the Portuguese presence on the coast, increasingly widespread raiding and looting of neighbours. By the early 19th century, this new culture of war had spread, leading to the rise of one of the most famous yet least understood African rulers in history, Shaka Zulu. As the Zulu nation went on the warpath to the south, thus began a 25-year period of chaos known as the Mufukane, usually meaning the crushing or scattering, an especially violent period of civil conflict in southern Africa that led to the deaths of millions upon millions of people. By the mid-1830s, when the Boer trekkers, descendants of Dutch settlers on the far southern tip of Africa, began moving inland to escape British rule, they found the territory to be mostly empty. Thus followed the carving up of the continent by the industrialised European powers, culminating in 1890 when Cecil John Rhodes formally took control of much of the area, naming part of it after himself, Rhodesia. Thus began a close to 90-year period when the white minority government made every effort to deny any link between the stone cities that dotted the landscape and the contemporary Africans of the region. Even after independence in 1980, the historical ordeal of Great Zimbabwe was not over when government officials put pressure on historians to make the city appear revolutionary in nature to match their own political sentiments. Nevertheless, kingship still survives today in rural areas of Zimbabwe, a direct continuation of the medieval cities that once ruled this land. This video is part of Project Africa, a collaboration between more than 20 history YouTubers. Be sure to check out the video before this one by Hikmah History, and the one after by Al Muqaddimah. You can find links to everything in the description below.
century, a group of Berber warriors emerged from the fringes of the Sahara Desert to assert their power over all of Morocco. Known as the Almoravids, they would go on to conquer much of Al-Andalus, aka Muslim Iberia, an African power conquering Europe. You don't expect to hear that every day. This is the Almoravid invasion of Iberia. This video is a part of Project Africa, a collaboration between various YouTubers trying to track the rich yet often forgotten history of Africa. If you want to see more exciting collaborations like this, go ahead and click the subscribe button because there's a lot more to come. I also wanted to tell you guys about a free newsletter that I'm starting where I will be giving bite-sized chunks of information on the history of the Islamic world. So if you're interested in that, there's a link in the bio to this video through which you can put your email address and I'll sign you up to that. The Berbers are a semi-nomadic people who inhabit northwestern Africa. A rugged group of people who weren't alien to harsh terrains, the Almoravid Berbers were endowed with a toughness that allowed their armies to flourish at the expense of their opponents early on. I want you to bear this in mind because it will help explain why their presence in Al-Andalus, Muslim Iberia, started so successfully. To go hand in hand with that toughness, the Almoravids were also united by a firm religious outlook that was inspired by the theologian Abdullah bin Yasin, who tried to spread orthodox Sunni Islam by preaching to certain Berber tribes because even though Islam had been present in the area since the 7th century, the Berbers were yet to fully incorporate Islamic teachings into their way of life. It's important to remember, Almoravid literally means those who are united in the cause of God. Bin Yasin ganged up with the Berber tribal leader, Yahya bin Umar, to spread his message and Yahya's power. All of this was in the middle of the 11th century. Fast forward to the 1080s, the Almoravid realm had effectively been divided into two portions. The southern wing, which focused on their holdings in the Sahara Desert and expanding into West Africa at the expense of the Ghana Empire, in the process contributing to the spread of Islam in Western Africa, whilst the northern wing was preoccupied with holding on to the realm traditionally associated with Morocco. It's this wing that we are particularly interested in because in 1086, its leader, Yusuf bin Tashfin, was invited by the Taifas, aka the petty states of Al-Andalus, to help against the onslaught of the Christian kingdoms of the north, in what has now been popularized as the Reconquista. Yusuf bin Tashfin responded to the call. The same year, he crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and landed in southern Spain. In October 1086, the Almoravid forces, joined by the armies of key Andalusian Taifas, went head-to-head with the united forces of three different Iberian Christian kingdoms, which were led by Alfonso of Castile. Resulting in a resounding victory for the Muslims, this military encounter would become known as the Battle of Sagrajas in Spanish and the Battle of Zalaqa in Arabic, Zalaqa meaning slippery ground because of all the bloodshed. The battle is considered a major event in Andalusian history because the Almoravids' victory checked Christian expansion for several years. Nevertheless, Yusuf bin Tashfin could not take advantage of this victory and reconquer territory previously lost to the Christian kingdoms, such as the city of Toledo, because of issues he had to attend to in Africa, so he left Iberia. Just 4 years later, in 1090, he would return to Iberia and set about to unify Muslim rule under his control. This necessitated the removal of the Taifa states that had existed for much of the 11th century. Yusuf bin Tashfin received a fatwa, ruling given by a recognized authority on a point of Islamic law, to depose the Taifa rulers, many of whom were seen by bin Tashfin to be lax in their Islamic orthodoxy. It's tough to disagree with him. Many of the Taifa rulers were known for drinking wine and living an extravagant life that was focused more on a materialistic outlook on life. Interestingly enough, that same relaxed religious environment saw an increase of cultural output through incredible poetry and scholarship. Within a few years, Almoravids had incorporated all the major Taifas into their realm, with the exception of Zaragoza in the northeast of Spain. He even managed to reconquer the city of Valencia from the successors of the famed El Cid. During this time, Yusuf would carry out campaigns in Iberia and subsequently leave for his court at Marrakesh. I've previously done a video on how the Almoravids actually set up the city of Marrakesh, so I'll leave a link to that on the screen if you're interested in watching it. In line with his orthodox religious outlook, Yusuf bin Tashfin established friendly relations with the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad. A shadow of its former self, there was still a lot of legitimacy to be gained by being on good terms with the Khalif in Baghdad. Yusuf would refer to the Abbasid Khalif as Amirul Mu'mineen, meaning the commander of the faithful, whilst giving himself the slightly more humble title of Amir al-Muslimin, commander of the Muslims. In 1106, apparently being close to 100 years old, Yusuf bin Tashfin finally died. His successor and son, Ali bin Yusuf, also had his court at Marrakesh, so he would come to Al-Andalus primarily for military campaigns, leaving the administration of Muslim Iberia to his brother, Tamim bin Yusuf. Ali's reign began promisingly enough. The territories of Sintra and Santarem were added in 1109. The important Taif estate of Zaragoza was finally added in 1110, and the Balearic Islands in 1116. But only 2 years later, in 1118, the vital city of Zaragoza fell to the Christian kingdom of Aragon. And despite the victory at the Battle of Fraga in 1134, which actually resulted in the death of the Aragonese king Alfonso I, Almoravid power in Iberia was firmly in decline. The Christian victory at the Battle of Orique in 1139 was a significant reason for the birth of the Kingdom of Portugal. United coalitions of Christian forces became more and more menacing, and the results were telling. The siege of Lisbon in 1147 by a joint Portuguese crusader force and the siege of Tortosa in 1148 are great examples of this. We can't forget to mention the internal issues as well. After Ali bin Yusuf's death in 1143, there were 3 leaders in 4 years. All the while, since the 1120s, a new group of Berbers, calling themselves the Almohads, were undermining the Almoravids' power base in Morocco, and by 1147 would actually overthrow the Almoravids in Morocco. In time, the Almohad would go on to become the dominant power in the entire Maghreb, as well as in Al-Andalus. What's up, guys? I hope you liked that video. I've been neglecting the Maghreb's history a little bit, so it was good to make that. If you liked it, go ahead, click the like button. And if you're interested in African history at all, I want you guys to check out History Time's video on the city of Great Zimbabwe from the 11th to the 15th century, and also Quillen Inc. History's video on the Solomonic era of Ethiopia from 1270 to 1630. They're both great videos, and I'm sure you will like them a lot. I've recently signed up to the Amazon Associates program. This means that if you're interested in buying one of the books that I used to research for this video, I've put the link to that in the bio of this video, just in case you want to buy it. Press that link. And lastly, I want to thank patrons for their generosity. I appreciate you all. Check out the link in my bio for more, and you can even vote on what topics I make videos on. Other than that, have a great day, and I'll see you soon. Peace.
Welcome to all of you here again, and welcome to people around the world who may be joining us on Facebook Live. I'm Harriet Bograd, president of Kulanu, and we're so glad you're with us. Kulanu supports isolated, emerging, and returning Jewish communities around the world. And we've been doing this for 26 years now. And we have with us some of Kulanu's founders, Jack Zeller and Aaron and Karen Primack, among others. You know, the rest of you know who you are. And we're going to show a very short video in 1.5 minutes about Kulanu's work.
Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. O Davinu Chai, O Davinu Chai, O Davinu Chai, O Davinu.
We've been having a speaker series with 2 speakers a month since March, and except for one program where the speaker didn't want it to be public, all our programs have been posted online. Molly will put that in the chat. The link for those programs is kulanu.org/recorded sessions with a dash between recorded and sessions, all lowercase. And you're welcome, if you missed any, to see the any of the past programs. We want to thank our sponsors. Molly's going to post the list. Who include Ruth Errol Carr, Margie Katz, Janet Lipsey, Len and Maxine Lyons, Karen and Aaron Primack, Richard and Lise Rosenfield, Rabbi Gerald and Benita Nathan Sussman, Frida Rosenfeld and Howard Wallach, and David Weiser. Thank you for your support. And anyone else who wants to support in addition, you know, is still welcome to do so. We're going to have a short poll, a very quick poll for you to tell us how you learned about this event. And then I'm happy to introduce Benita Nathan Sussman, who will be introducing our speaker and also being part of the presentation later. Benita Nathan Sussman is first vice president of Kulanu. And since she got involved in 2007, Kulanu has expanded enormously, partly because we used to only take on new communities when we thought we had the resources to do so. But since Bonnie's come on, she said, any community that comes to us, I'll take them on. So she's been going all over the world with her husband, visiting new communities, or she's been communicating with them from home. But the fact that we have 33 communities on our map now that we're in touch with is in large part because of Bonnie. She's also she was the person who said, we need to have a formal relationship with the academic scholars who are working in this field, and she came up with the idea of the Kulanu Academic Cohort, which has approximately 10 scholars interested in communities like the ones we work with. And of course, Professor Tudor Parfit is the dean of that scholarly world. And so now I give you Bonnie to continue the introduction.
Okay, thank you, Harriet. Are the speakers' faces changing or like being, okay. Professor Parfit is a British historian, writer, broadcaster, traveler, and adventurer, having appeared on the History Channel, BBC, PBS, in many documentaries on the study of lost tribes and Jewish communities around the world, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. He is the founder of the academic study of Judaizing groups in Africa and is widely introduced as the British Indiana Jones. He actually has a hat like Indy. Currently, he is the Distinguished University Professor at Florida International University and director and founder of the Global Jewish Program there that hosts many Jewish programs at the Jewish Museum in Miami Beach. Professor Parfit is Emeritus Professor of Modern Jewish Studies in the University of London at the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, where he was the founding director of the Center for Jewish Studies. He is the Senior Associate Fellow at the Oxford Center for Hebrew and Jewish Studies and serves as corresponding Senior Fellow of the Académie Royale des Sciences. I think I pronounced that okay. He is the board chair of the Academic Advisory Committee of the Paris-based Project Aladdin, whose goal is to promote mutual understanding between Jews and Muslims. In that capacity, he has brought Muslim state leaders and high-ranking Muslim clerics to visit Auschwitz. He is a fellow of the Royal Historical Society in the UK. He is alumni fellow at the Hutchins Center, Harvard College. He has authored 30 books, the most recent Hybrid Hate, of which we will be discussing in this interview, and hundreds of articles. The professor that I have gotten to know over the last 6 years has taught hundreds of non-Jews and Jews how to read Hebrew, about Jewish history and culture. He has translated Hebrew poetry into English and advocated to Israeli government officials and Knesset about lost tribes and the importance of emerging Jewish communities. He has been an influence on the way I understand the work that I do for Kulanu and the implications for the future of Judaism. While being an Anglican himself, he has taken pro-Israel stances to audiences that have heckled him. I once said to him, "You took punches for us?" He responded, "Benita, I am not feeling particularly saintly now." With humbleness and pride, I introduce to you the Dr. Tudor Parfit. We can't, Tudor, Professor, we can't hear you.
Well, thank you for that very generous introduction, Bonnie. It's been great knowing you over the last many, many years. We've done a lot of things together. We've traveled the world in Papua New Guinea and Nicaragua and elsewhere. And it's always been wonderful being associated with you and your husband. I'm very fond of him, as you know, and with Kulanu in general. So it's been a great ride in many respects, and it goes back about 30 years. I think my first contacts with Kulanu. So,
okay. So we set up a bunch of questions. So this will be an interview style. And the first question, Professor, what prompted you to take on Jewish studies as your academic pursuit?
Well, I was very lucky, really, because when I was a kid of 18, I was sent through an organization called Voluntary Service Overseas to Jerusalem. And for a year, I worked with handicapped people in a place called Akvarasvedi, the Swedish village, just outside Jerusalem. And during that period, I learned a little bit of Hebrew, a little bit of Yiddish. I got absolutely fascinated in the whole business of Israel, certainly, but Jewish communities as well. And I had a great friend called Lola Zinga, who was the social worker in the Kfar Shvedi. And once a week, we would go to some place in Israel, some remote moshav or village or something like that, and meet the parents of one of the kids in the institution. And so by the end of the year, I'd met Jews from really literally all over the world, from Bukhara or from Kurdistan or from the States, obviously, from the Yemen, everything. So when I went back at the end of this year, I was going to Oxford and I started off reading history, but after a bit I thought, no, my heart is not really in kind of English history or anything like that. I want to do Hebrew. So I did Hebrew and Arabic for my first degree. And then I got a fellowship at the Hebrew University after that. And then I went back to Oxford and did my PhD on the Jewish community in Palestine. And that really was then the beginning of my academic career. That's the answer.
Okay. How did you become interested in Jews of color issues?
Well, my training was mainly in European Jewish history, I suppose. And I was interested in anti-Semitism, certainly. I was certainly interested in the history of the Jews in the Middle East as well. And that was my doctoral thesis. And it was really very much by chance in 1976, somebody called David Kessler, the name is going to be known to some of you, I think, because he wrote a very good book on the Ethiopian Jews. And he was the chairman of the Jewish Chronicle in London, one of the great Jewish newspapers. And he invited me to his club, the Athenaeum, very grand club. And we had lunch. And during the lunch, he said, Tudor, I think it would be very good if you went to the Sudan because the Ethiopian Jews are being poisoned. And I said, okay. And so a couple of days later, on behalf of the minority rights group, of which David was a member and a trustee, I went to Khartoum, took a bus to the eastern part of the Sudan on the border with Ethiopia. And while I was there, I realized that an incredible operation was starting. I heard Hebrew being spoken in the alleys between the huts in the refugee camp where I'd been directed. And this was Operation Moses. So I eventually got back after a lot of adventures, and that sort of launched me in the business of Black Jews, because I wrote a book called Operation Moses. And then a matter of weeks later, I was invited to go and give a lecture about the Ethiopian Jews in Johannesburg. And while I was in Johannesburg, I met some Lemba men who'd come to the lecture. And the other people in the lecture hall were, they were mainly white South African Jews. And it was a very prosperous, quite intellectual group. And at the back, standing up, were half a dozen quite poorly dressed Black men wearing yarmulkes. And so at the end of the lecture, I kind of tottered over to where these men were standing, and I said, well, who are you? And they said, well, we're the same as the Ethiopian Jews, we're Jews. And I think that I must have looked pretty dubious about this. And they said, no, 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 really, believe me, believe it. You have to believe. And if you just come to our villages, you'll soon see that we are telling the truth and that we really genuinely are a lost Jewish tribe. So that weekend, I did go with them to their villages in what was then called Venderland. And I was sort of convinced that there was some Semitic background to the stories. It was incredibly interesting, fascinating things they had to say. And when I got back to London, I went to see Lord Weikenfeld, who was my publisher. And it was he who published the book that has already been mentioned. It was my first travel book, The 13th Gate, long time ago. And I told him the story. He was absolutely taken by it. And he said, get leave from SOAS, go back, I'll give you a good advance and do what you want to do. And what I wanted to do was to go on a journey which followed the oral tradition of the Lemba across Africa, because their story had it that they came from a place called Senna. They weren't at all sure where this was. And it seemed to me, wrong map, that this was a journey worth doing. If you just go on to Tudor Parfit, Extraordinary Journey, there's a map of it on the internet, which was put up some years ago by the PBS in New York. So that's how I kind of got into the business of Black Jews. First the Ethiopian Jews, that led me to the Lemba in South Africa. And then I kind of took a break, wrote a book about the Yemenite Jews, and I did various other things, a book on the lost tribes of Israel and the way that that was mythologized and became part of a sort of colonial mytheme, if you like. And then finally I wrote a book which was pulling everything somewhat together, and that was published back in 2012 or 13, and that was called The Black Jews of Africa and the Americas, and that was published by Harvard University Press. And I suppose at that point I really thought this was it. You know, I didn't really have anything else to give to this topic. And it was with some irritation, about 3 years later, that I came across a Jewish community in Africa, which I didn't know about and which I hadn't mentioned in my book.
Should we, wait, Professor, should we go in order of our questions and get to that one later?
If you like.
Because I don't want to steal your thunder, okay?
No, you go with it.
Okay, so I also know that one of the books you wrote about the opening essay, the one that was published in 2013, really changed my view. The opening essay is What Color Are the Jews? And it was a study of Jewish sources, Christian sources, and Islamic sources on the discussion of what color Jews are. So you are one of the founders of the Academic Studies of Jews in Africa and Lost Tribes, and have traveled extensively to far away and sometimes dangerous places for your studies. I know you've contracted dengue fever and other traveling diseases. We met on our travels to Papua New Guinea. Would you like to talk about some of your travels to places where most people don't want to visit?
Well, Papua New Guinea was a very interesting thing. I was invited quite a few years ago by by Sydney University to go and give a lecture. And the real reason for wanting to go to Sydney in the first place was because my son was there and I wanted to see my son. So I accepted this invitation to Australia, which I'd never visited before. And I was staying in this hotel in Sydney, and one day I got a telephone call to the hotel, and it was from somebody in Papua New Guinea. And so he said that he was the leader of the Jewish community in Papua New Guinea, and he'd read about my stuff on the internet, and he'd understood that, you know, I'd managed to prove through genetic means that the Lemba in South Africa, this black Jewish tribe, or this black tribe that claimed to be Jewish, and somehow managed to prove this through genetic study. And he wanted me to do the same thing for his tribe in Papua New Guinea. Well, it seemed to me to be entirely improbable that Jews ever historically got to Papua New Guinea. But the idea that there was somebody from a group which had been cannibalistic until shortly before the Second World War should be asking the question about lost tribes and Jews and genetics was deeply fascinating. So I said, well, yeah, I mean, it could be interesting. And so a couple of days later, I was called down to the lobby of the hotel, and this gentleman turned up from Papua New Guinea. And he came up to my room and he had a hat with him. And he proffered the hat and said, I've got something very important in this hat. And he'd got 100 or so strands of hair, which he'd taken from from members of his tribe. And so what he wanted me to do, which in fact was theoretically feasible, was to take the hair back and have the DNA extracted from each strand of hair. But in fact, it wasn't able to work that way. And so I had to, if I was going to do it, I had to go back to Papua New Guinea. And I went back and listened to the stories and the tales that they had, which associated them in some way with the people of Israel. And eventually, they were getting deeper and deeper into their desire to be Jewish or to study Judaism. And so I thought it would be a great idea to take the Sussmans on a trip which I organized, I guess it was in 2013. So a group of students from FIU and the Sussmans went to Papua New Guinea, and I guess the idea was essentially to instruct them in Hebraic matters, and Rabbi Sussman played a very leading role in this, and they really wanted confirmation as a group that the DNA studies that we'd done proved their claim to be Jewish, which it didn't. And of course, on a previous trip, I went quite a number of times. I'd found myself on a small island surrounded by 500 or 600 heavily armed tribesmen who were desperate to learn from me that DNA had proved that they were Jewish. And so I had to be a little bit, well, I suppose, circumspect about the answer that I gave, which I suppose you could call mealy-mouthed, but it wasn't certainly a direct refutation of their hopes and aspirations. In my mind, it doesn't really matter. I don't think DNA makes any difference about anything, really. It might prove some historical movement back in remote history. It could conceivably do that, but it certainly doesn't make anybody Jewish or make any group Jewish. Judaism is not a strand of DNA or anything like it. So still, it has been a very interesting ride, the genetic ride.
Okay, so now let's talk about your new book, Hybrid Hate, that can be bought on Amazon. I think we're putting up a link to it. There'll be a coupon attached to it. It's published by Oxford, and I think it's coming out November 6th. What prompted you to write this book?
Well, I rather prematurely, and I'm sorry about that, moved to the question of my frustration and fury when I discovered that there was a Jewish community in Africa that I hadn't written about. And this came about really rather by chance, as I was reading a book that had been written, or rather published, in 1777 by a German missionary who had gone to the what we call the West Indies, the Caribbean, to study a particular German missionary group there, which had a number of slaves. And he had interviewed these slaves, and one of the slaves told him the following tale, that according to a slave who had come from Loango, which now we could have that map up, it's on the west coast of Africa, and it was an independent African kingdom until the end of the 19th century. Quite a well-organized place. You can see it up here. And so he said that in Loango there was a group of black Jews, and they didn't eat with the Negroes. I'm just using the best translation of the German Neger in the context of the time. And that they didn't speak on the Sabbath. They didn't talk to the Negroes. They themselves were Negroes. They looked exactly the same as everybody else, and they had a separate cemetery. And on the gravestones, which were prepared before a body was inserted into them by a particular stone mason who would come and do it, there were painted probably images of snakes and lizards. So it was a really very, very surprising thing to read, and it was difficult to imagine what the role of these snakes and lizards were, and how the slave in question knew about this particular community. And sort of looking around at the usual sources in, Jewish history or African history, African studies, books about Loango, anything that you could think might be relevant to a really odd Jewish community, there was nothing. And if you look today, you will not really find anything at all. But, and that's the beginning of this new book, the one that's coming out, I think actually towards the end of October. What I did discover was that it became a really hot topic among Enlightenment thinkers by the end of the 18th century. Okay, it's published in 1777. Immediately the following year, there's a big discussion of the importance of this from a racial point of view, from a biological point of view, and it spread. And so soon, Enlightenment racial scholars, biologists, geographers, all kinds of people involved in the German Enlightenment, French Enlightenment, and British Enlightenment, they were fascinated by the idea that that Jews could be black. Okay. Now, why were they so fascinated? Their fascination actually rather mirrored my own fascination. So I felt a personal involvement in this. I couldn't really understand, for instance, why, you know, me and my colleagues had been laboring in the groves of academe for years when I wrote my first book about the Ethiopian Jew. You know, it wasn't my first book, it was a book about the Ethiopian Jews. And all of a sudden, you know, my stuff was on the front pages of all the newspapers in the world, pretty much. It had fantastic publicity. And similarly, when I did my first book on the Lemba, I finished up on 60 minutes. And, you know, it was on the front page of the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, all over the place. Fantastic, incredible publicity. Why? Why is it, I thought, that Black Jews are so deeply troubling to somehow to Western sensibilities? It really puzzled me for a long time. And it was interesting, it was fascinating to see that Enlightenment scholars at the end of the 18th century were equally puzzled. And the reason that they were puzzled, why were they puzzled? They were puzzled because they didn't know how they became Black. And they thought that maybe it was a question of climate. And there were lots of people who would come out and say, yeah, if you take an Englishman and you plant him in Central Africa, leave him there for 10, 15, 20 years, he'll turn Black. So this would be the explanation. And so this was a proof, if you like, this was a great proof that climate is the thing that determines race. And this fed into a much wider debate, which Bonnie, I think, can introduce.
I think this leads us to the discussion of the difference. In the book, you use the phrase monogenism and polygenism. Is this the question you're looking for, Dr. Parfit?
Yes, I think that's exactly right.
Please explain what they mean and how they shed light on today's issues of race relations.
Well, in the same way that over the last 6 months, you know, despite everything else that is going on in the world, we have been riven with an international debate about race, which one might think to be unprecedented, but it's not. Because from the last couple of decades, probably of the 18th century, right through until the Second World War, there was an ongoing debate which was absolutely at the heart of intellectual interest throughout Europe and the United States and other Western countries, about the origins of mankind. And so the two main arguments went like this pretty much, that either the Judeo-Christian Muslim idea of Adam and Eve was true, in which case we're all one human family, or, and this is called monogenism. Monogenism means that, you know, there was one father and one mother of mankind, and we are ultimately all the same. Or that there were different founder events in different parts of the world, and the different races were the product of quite different ancient ancestors, and that the races concerned could not possibly, under any circumstances, change. Races were immutable, both in terms of their physical, biological properties, but also in terms of their spiritual or intellectual capacities. The racial age, according to me, and I've, you know, the book I've been thinking about writing is not quite the book that I'm writing at the moment. The next book, or the book after that, will be looking at the racial age from a certain point of view, and I could talk about that if you'd like me to now. But do stop me if you think it's going off on a tangent. The racial age really starts at the end of the 17th century with the work of a particular French medical man called Francois Bernier. And he was the first person to suggest that the world was divided into races. Nobody thought in those terms before, Francois Bernier at all. And it seems very, very odd. There's always a great discussion, let's say, among American historians about, you know, what comes first in America? Is it race or is it slavery? And the truth is that when slavery started, nobody was thinking in terms of race. So it could be that, that slavery, in a way, developed into racial prejudice. Or it could be that sort of pre-racial prejudice, which is a kind of generalized prejudice on the basis of the metaphor of black, had some impact upon people and their treatment of African slaves when they got to the Americas. But it's a big kind of intellectual discussion. And so the racial age anyway starts around the end of the 17th century. It was developed through the 18th century. All of the kind of different gradations of race and the pyramids of race were developed in the second half of the 18th century. And then really became standard thinking by the middle of the 19th century. And the people doing all of this kind of racial structuring, they were all polygynists, because they all felt that race was the most incredibly important thing in the world. It was more important than religion. It was more important than history. It was more important than politics. It really was all of those things. And it wasn't that these people were particularly, you know, bad or nasty people. It was what some of them were, by the way, but it was really what they believed. And on the other hand, you had the monogenists who believed, no, everybody's essentially the same. Some are more developed for historical, economic reasons and so on. But underneath the skin, we're all the same people. We all go back to Adam and Eve. And so why then, all of a sudden, do the people that we're all interested in this group, everybody here is interested in the question of Jews, as we say, of color throughout the world. I mean, that's one of these are the groups, Kulanu and me, you know, we've been very interested in. And they've been marginal. They're still very, very marginal. They're very, very marginal in terms of, let's say, Jewish historians, in terms of the state of Israel, in terms of what people are thinking about in the kind of general, you know, Jewish journals in the United States, and newspapers, occasionally an article here, an article there. It's marginal stuff. However, at the end of the 18th century and for the first half of the 19th century, Jews of color were not marginal. They were mainstream preoccupations of people. That's something which I'm the first person to point out. It was interesting for racial theorists, number of reasons. One of the reasons is that you've got, for the first time, the idea that Jews are multicolored, right? And so that in itself is kind of interesting, but the underlying thing is the proof that this provides to the monogenists. And they took up the cause of all of the black, brown, Jewish communities throughout the world, like, you know, like it was the most fabulous, fabulous thing that they could imagine in support of their own ideas. And they would spend their times traveling the world and looking for new black Jewish communities, and they could bring these back and feed them into the racial kind of machine. And it was simply this, that if Jews can change racial look, if they can change face, if they can change color, as they did in the case of, apparently in the case of the Jews of Loango, or as they did in the case of the black Jews of Cochin in Kerala, or as they apparently did in the case of the Bnei Israel of Bombay in Western India, or as it apparently did in the case of Jews who were living at the time in the Sahara, or as it appeared to be with Jewish communities who, according to travelers, were at the time living in the Jordan Valley, about whom I sadly know not nearly as much as I would like to know, and various other groups. All of these kind of black Jewish groups, brown, they were all kind of dragooned as part of the holy crusade of proving the unified origins of mankind. What a noble thing that turned out to be. And of course, with Darwin, that pretty much marks the end of polygenism, except that even today there are genetic scientists who fiddle around with the proof in such a way that it looks as if there are races and that they're kind of significantly different from each other, but it really is not the case. And the Nazis, of course, were deeply, deeply, deeply wedded to the polygynist paradigm, and particularly the idea that races could not change. So the Jews, they constructed as being a sort of mishmash, almost an unrace, but deeply dangerous to the racial purity of the Reich, but unchanging. They'd been unchanged and unchanging for thousands of years, as indeed had the Aryans and other racial groupings.
So should we go to the question about conflation? What does conflation mean? Were there different kinds of conflation of Jews and blacks over time? Or should we go to the question of looking at your slides?
Well, let me quickly just deal, because the conflation is in the title of my book. And I think just to say what I mean by it would be a good introduction really to the slides. And Bonnie sort of mentioned very kindly a chapter in that 2013 book. And there was nothing original about that. There's a great scholar by the name of Sander Gilman, who really is the father of all studies about the perceptions of the body of the Jew. He's an extraordinary scholar, and I owe a huge amount to everything that he's written, and I admire him enormously. And so a long time ago, he wrote that there was a kind of medieval perception that Jews were black. And there's plenty of proof that within Europe, the Jews were considered to be kind of black. There are many images of Jews being black. And even if they weren't black, they were not even slightly black. They were kind of considered to be black in one way or another. So blackness and Jews really went hand in hand. If you read his work, or if you read my work, and particularly if you read this new book, you will see the multitude of examples of it. And if you go, for instance, into the marginalia, the illustrations in English or European prayer books in the 13th and 14th centuries, you frequently see hook-nosed Jews wearing Jewish hats and with black faces. So the idea that Jews were black was definitely there, before the Enlightenment period. And
so let's go to the slides now.
Just a sec, because I just need to say, in the 19th century, the idea of Jewish blackness was reinforced by the discovery of all of these actual black Jews in India and Africa, all over the place. And by 1850, the main racial theorists of the day started saying that, yes, actually, Jews are Negroes. Negroes in some way are also Jews. This is the conflation. It's partly political, it's partly metaphorical, and it's very, very significantly biological. I'm ready to go to the slides if you think
Okay.
it's a good moment.
No, it's like picturing the Jews as chameleons of some sort, right? They're like pick up the identity of the place where they live or something.
Yes, I mean, I think that's certainly part of 20th century anti-Semitic discourses that they take on the colorings of wherever they are, and you can never tell a Jew. And you know, one of the great problems the Nazis had was that, according to Nazi theory, you could tell a Jew by looking at him. You know, a Jew is obvious, he's physically obvious, he's black for a start, and he's got a Jewish face, he's got a Jewish body, he's got Jewish ears, he's got Jewish hair, he's got Jewish everything. Except when it comes to it, you couldn't actually tell the difference between a Gentile and a Jew in the area of the Third Reich. And all of the thousands, tens of thousands of studies that were done measuring noses and measuring ears and measuring, you know, forehead slant, all of the kinds of things that they were doing in the second half of the first half of the 19th century and even into the 20th century, they proved to come up with a single thing that would help in the identification of Jews. So at a time when the Nazis desperately needed to be able to identify Jews so they could murder them, they didn't actually have any way of doing it physically. They had to rely upon documents, and they had to rely upon spies, and they had to rely upon the concierge at the bottom of the stairs who said, "Ah, Monsieur Cohen, il est en bas." Oh, you know, that sort of thing. But when it came to taking somebody in, looking at them in the face and saying, yes, that guy is Jewish and we can prove it because of X, Y, and Z, they couldn't do it at all. And they desperately tried to do it throughout the period of the Third Reich. And so all kinds of studies were done to try and prove that the ears or the nose or whatever it might be, blood types was a favorite for a while until it was shown that there were no blood types that were unique to Jews at all, etc., etc.
Okay, let's go to the slides now.
So this is just the slide which we don't really need now. This is just showing where Loango is, and you know, after the initial mention in 1777 of the Jews, black Jews of Loango, there was a German expedition exactly 100 years later to the area of Loango Coast, and there are three big fat German tomes that emerged from this scientific visit, and there we have a lot more information about them. Sadly, very little is known, if anything, about their cultural or religious practices, but we do know that they were there. They were exactly where the slave back in the 1770s had said that they were. They had a specific culture. They were relatively well off. They were traders, etc., etc. So actually a very, very interesting community. And what is deeply fascinating is that as my dear friend Nathan de Vere, who is the greatest of scholars on the subject of the Jews of Africa, wonderful, wonderful scholar, and you should certainly be looking him up and buying his books. He's a great, great man. He's traveled everywhere, and he's fearless. So he's told me about Judaizing movements in and around the area of the Jewish community of Loango in the present day. And it would be really interesting to see if there's any connection. But the latest piece of information I have about the community is something coming from the 1950s or early 1960s, which suggests that they moved inland towards the end of the 19th century, probably, and they went to the edge of the rain forest, a little to the north of the purple mauve area of Nwango here, and intermarried with pygmies in the area of the, as I said, of the rainforest. You know, if there's any connection between them and Judaizing manifestations today, I'd be really interested. I don't know if there are future scholars will be able to tell us perhaps in due course, but it would be very interesting to do a DNA study on that group if they're still there. So that's that slide. So this is one of the kind of interesting depictions. This is Caiaphas appearing, Jesus appearing before the high priest Caiaphas, and then the people in the back. Jews, as you can see, they're black and they've got hook noses, and they're looking a bit sinister. And these kind of stereotypical Jewish faces are totally you know, usual, if you like, in the illustrations to be found in prayer books in England. And there are a couple of wonderful books written by scholars. One, Kaplan, fabulous book, which is looking particularly at the way in which Jews are represented in medieval texts. Pictorial texts, or rather illustrated texts. And here's another one. It's a beautiful thing, which would have been part of the robes of an important priest, probably a bishop or something. And it's embroidered. And it's, if you're interested, next time you're in the V&A in London, you can try and go and see it. And what you see is Jesus carrying the cross, and what we have is a black person beating him. And given that there are no Africans mentioned in the Old Testament, at least with respect to the period of Jesus, nothing in this period. The assumption is that this may be a black Jew, and that would be consistent with the images that I've already mentioned. So one of the interesting things is the question of the face. And in the 18th century, a new science of physiognomy was formed. And through the face, initially, the idea was that you can, if you really understand the face, and if you understand the science of the face, the real science of the face, then you'll be able to choose a husband or a wife suitably. You can choose a servant. You can select a doctor who's going to be helpful and honest. And going through life, as long as you understand the face, you'll be okay. You can select people according to your understanding of what the face is telling you. And this is a big deal for 100 years at least. And nobody would really take it very seriously now, although there are new movements using computerized images and DNA and stuff, which are looking at physiognomy afresh. But this was taken up by race theorists. And so the idea came that every race has got its own face, and that face is absolutely unchangeable. And so time and time again, you know, Jews and blacks, black Africans is what I mean by that, were brought together because of one signal feature, which is that they both had an unchanging face. You can always tell them, you can go back through history and you can see this unchanging African Jewish face. It wasn't applied to other people, and it was applied to these two groups. And I didn't say before, but I should have done, was that through all of the kind of medieval literature, which is beginning to interest itself in the possibilities of races. I mean, this is really before the beginning of the racial age, as I would understand it. You know, there are two groups that are considered to be completely unique in the history of the world. One are Negroes, as they called them at the time, and one were Jews. So it's blacks and Jews who were the outliers as far as European thought went. And so this image of Memnon in the British museums was very much discussed at the time because it appeared to everybody to incorporate the classical Jewish face. And race theorists went to the places in the East End of London where there were a lot of Jews, and they would come back absolutely flabbergasted that wherever they went, they saw time and time and time again an identical face to that of this Egyptian Memnon. So the next one. So as I said, by the time we get to the period of the Third Reich, there is an absolute conflation of the idea of the Jew and the idea of the black. Both Jews and sub-Saharan Africans were considered to be mortally perilous as far as the racial health of the Third Reich was concerned. And in this image, which has got to do with, you know, the shame of disgrace of race. I mean, the idea of, you know, the idea that the German women were fatally attracted to Jews and to blacks is represented in this image and in countless other images. So you have a conflation of the two ideas, and that conflation passes into a whole range of different kinds of discourses, which essentially say what so many people in the medieval period had said, which is that Jews were essentially black. And if we have time, I could just mention briefly, because it's fascinating. As you know, there's no unified Germany until 1871. But once there's a united German Reich, it becomes important for the Germans to assess that this new nation, to assess what kind of nation it was in the racial terms that were popular at the time. And so they decided to mount an experiment. And it was an experiment which took in millions and millions and millions of children throughout Germany, which included, of course, Jewish children who were given a separate category. But basically what happened was that teachers were given the responsibility of marking down things like eye color, hair color, skin color, and so on. And they were given a method of assessing on the basis of eye color and hair color what the skin color really was. But it wasn't the actual skin color that you could see that was the skin color that had to be marked onto the sheet that was given to teachers to fill in. It was the skin under the sleeve. It was the skin under the sleeve. It was the naked skin. And so if you look at the naked skin, you could see what the real color was. And so it was embedded in the ideas of all of these millions of children in the 1870s who grew to adulthood, you know, by the turn of the century, that visible skin color can be very deceptive, and the real skin color is somehow something to be determined, something that is, so to speak, under the sleeve. And this becomes incredibly important during the Nazi period in a very curious way, because it's a sad thing to have to say, but an enormous amount of Nazi racial theory was and legal practice was borrowed from the United States of America, which has always been really a hotbed of the most violent racism. And indeed, it's very, very easy to show. It's actually incredible. People haven't made a bigger deal of it. But if you take somebody like the founder of the person who's responsible for the term anti-Semitism, and this is in the second half of the 19th century, and the first political anti-Semite. He became an anti-Semite. He became an anti-Semite as a result of going to the Americas and seeing the way that Black people were discriminated against, both in the United States. Also, he went to Nicaragua, interestingly, where slavery was practiced even later than here in the US. So you can see that, you know, the hatred of Black people impacted mightily upon the period of the 19th century that led into the racial ideas of the Nazis. And even during that period, they were totally viewed as one thing. Hitler himself said that, talking about the United States, he said it's half nigger, it's half Jew, half Negro, half Jew. And he would have used the N-word, I'm sure, had he been speaking in English. And forgive me for using it, but it seemed appropriate in that particular context. And in another context, Hitler himself said that yes, Jews are Negro. Jews are Negroes. Full stop. They were thought to be Negroes. Full stop. That is conflation. Next slide. So this shows that the ideas of the Nazis really were not unique to Germany. They also spread to fascist Italy. This is a really interesting fascist racial journal. And here you can see somebody who's supposed to be a Jew on the right-hand side, and he's being aided and abetted by a Black African on his right. Here you have a picture of an unblemished Italian maiden, and they're in an act of joint seduction. So the idea that the racial purity of the Italians was something that was being threatened by the Jews and by the Blacks was something that was graphically portrayed here. And in a way, if you look very carefully at the image, you can see that coming out of the head of the African, there are horns, and there is certainly a kind of suggestion here that, of course, the Jews had, in medieval times, had been thought to have horns, and we all know about the way in which Moses was often represented as having horns as a result of a misunderstanding of a biblical passage. But the idea that the Jews were diabolical and they had horns like the devil, etc., and that the goat was the animal of the Jews. All of this is well known and has been well studied. And here we have a sense that you have a Jew, but you also have a Black who, in a sense, is also a Jew threatening the purity of this Italian, this virtuous Italian girl. Next slide. And this says it even, well, it says the same thing. Here you have an image of Italian purity represented by a classical statue. And on it you have the fingerprint, a black fingerprint, suggesting the taint of black blood. And in the middle of that, you have a Star of David, saying exactly the same thing. The threat to the purity of the Italian race is coming from the same source. It's black, and it's Jewish. Conflation. So the idea of racial contamination extended to the field of music, and of course to the field of art. The word here, intaktete Musik, is decadent music. Decadent art was the other thing, and anything Jewish or anything arising from black culture, wherever it was, whether it was African, whether it was African American, was eventually banned. But this is intriguing because this does represent the idea, which is in fact not false, that the jazz and the music of the 1920s, music of jazz and swing, etc., was a joint enterprise of Jews and blacks, and it comes out of a sense among Jews and undoubtedly among blacks at the time as well, that the fate of Jews and the fate of blacks were somehow intertwined, and that they had a huge amount in common. And I think that the Jewish involvement in jazz particularly was an expression of that. Next slide. No slide.
Okay, I think that kind of finishes the slides. I just saw a documentary on Louis Armstrong, who and he was wearing a Jewish star because of all of his patrons were Jewish, and throughout his life he wore this Jewish star. So so we discussed how these ideas feed into the nightmare of the Holocaust. So let's get to today. What are the implications for race relations today? I would like another 5 minutes to do this in UK, US, and Israel, or choose one of them if you just want to pick one. Did you hear me?
I didn't hear what the question was.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are the implications for race today in the UK, US, and Israel? There's only a few minutes left for this part of the discussion. You can pick one or mention all three, or
well, I haven't got much time to develop anything in the current context, other than the fact that the situation in Europe and the situation here is quite different in one very important respect, that it would seem here that the mythology of race still really guides a whole range of discussions, and it really, really should not. It is well known. It is well known to educated people. I would say, particularly in academia, perhaps, but generally, that there is no such thing as race. There are no biological differences between peoples. There are differences between individuals, but there are no biological differences between groups of people. So to talk about race is a complete nonsense. And we've been saying this now for the last 70 years, since after the Holocaust. That really should have rammed the last nail into the coffin of even using the word race. You know, we're reluctant, we mustn't, and we don't use the N-word. We shouldn't be using the R word because it's meaningless, and it offends me mightily that I have to fill in forms in America where I have to talk about my race. What are you talking about? I mean, what are you saying? What's it mean? Why does it matter? You know, so that's one of the things. If you use the word race, Rasse or Rass, or Rasse in Germany, and people look at you and think, why were you talking? Where are you? You know, where's your? So, you know, that's one of the things. I think if discussions weren't as racialized, it would be far better for everybody. Now, the question of color, again, is it's so meaningless. It really is so meaningless. Why refer to people as white? People aren't white. They're pink or they're yellow. There's no white person on the face of the globe. One of the examples I gave when I was speaking to Bonnie yesterday was that, you know, if you take probably the whitest people, probably Finns living near the you know, the very northernmost point of Finland, they're probably as white as anybody. And, you know, if you compare them to the blackest people in the world, who, by the way, are not Africans, they're people living in New Britain, just off the coast of Papua New Guinea, what would you find? Are there any significant differences in terms of DNA? No, there aren't. There absolutely, you know, the number of genes that are responsible for skin color are so few that it's a completely meaningless thing. You would find that they have absolutely everything in common. There's hardly any difference at all between these two groups. So, you know, why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about skin color? We're talking about skin color because of prejudice, and the prejudice can only be rooted out when people understand that there are no races, there are no differences, there are no differences of potential intelligence, there are no differences in capacity, there are no differences in biological makeup. So that's what I would say. Now, I think, you know, to end on a positive note, I suggested earlier that the racial age started at the end of the 17th century with the work of François Bernier. It developed through the 18th and 19th century. It reached its horrific and horrible crescendo during the period of transatlantic slavery and of course, the Holocaust. And then you would think it had kind of come to an end, but it hasn't. But I think myself that it's almost over. I don't think that, you know, in 20, 30 or 40 years from now, we'll be talking much about race, because thank God, it's, I think it's a generational obsession. Younger people throughout the West anyway, think much less in racial terms than people of my generation certainly did. You know, I'd be the first to admit that growing up in Great Britain in the 1940s, when we still had the biggest empire that the world had ever seen. I was born in 1944, so this was true until you know, for the first few years of my life. We were taught to believe that we were racially superior to any group on earth. That's how we were raised. That's how we were educated. And it is, you don't get rid of it. It's something that you have to struggle against. But it's going to be very much easier, I think, for the younger generation, my son's generation. I've got one son who's 50, I've got one son who's 20. And the 20-year-old doesn't really get it. You know, there's so many people of different backgrounds in the school he went to that he doesn't really feel it. So I think there are glimmers of hope. In America at the moment, the whole thing is devastating, and it's very largely the result of this awful pandemic. I think that the discussion of the pandemic, unfortunately, has been racialized to an incredible extent. People don't understand when they read that African Americans are suffering more than any other group, and they think, oh, well, they must be more susceptible to it. they do not understand that it's not a question of physical susceptibility or anything of that sort. It's a question of poverty. So the way that African Americans are suffering this ghastly plague is going to be similar to the way in which other disadvantaged and poor people are suffering it. It doesn't need to be racialized at all.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I know that everybody who listened to this really have moved a degree or two in their understanding of of the race issue historically, during the Holocaust, and today. So before we asked people to send in questions. As I said before, I had eye surgery, retina surgery, so I can't read small print, but some of the questions were given to us before this event, and I'm going to start with these questions. And then if we have time, I will turn it over to Harriet again and break into small groups, and where we can either get to know each other or speak about what they learned in your group. And then we ask you to come back and stay and chat with us and whoever wants to chat with you. So the first question I received, and this is in no particular order, and it's not necessarily related to stuff that you talked about. Have the Board of Rabbis of South Africa recognized the claim of the Lemba to be descendant from ancient Israelites?
Not that I know of. I don't believe they have. And I don't really have anything to say about that because, you know, I mean, I think on the one hand, the sort of reform liberal wing of the of South African Jewry has been very open to the community over time, and they've certainly held out a hand of friendship. In my own research, but I haven't worked on the Lemba for quite a number of years now, particularly. I mean, I follow the story with great interest. But the Orthodox synagogue has not been particularly interested, as far as I know. And, but I'd rather not say any more about that.
Okay. What is your view? I don't know if you've read it or know the book, but this is the question. What is your view of the book White Fragility?
Well, I haven't read the book. In fact, I've seen reviews of it, and I think I've already sort of expressed a view which may be relevant to the book, which is that we need to change the paradigm. We need to stop thinking in racial terms.
How do you analyze the existence of anti-Semitism against Black Jews?
Well, I think that, anti-Semitism is a very complex phenomenon, obviously, and as soon as Black Jews declare themselves as Jews, then they run the risk of being identified as being Zionists. And so I know, for instance, that in South Africa, the Lemba got into some trouble because of a perceived association with Zionism, which was not considered to be a good thing, and that may have led to some prejudice against them. I mean, Africa is it's a far more religious continent than Europe and even than the United States. And most of it is Christian. And the number of Christians in Africa is growing. The other main religion in Africa is Islam. So both for Islam and for Christianity, being Jewish is not probably such a great deal. You know, on the one hand, you're the principal enemy of the Prophet Muhammad at the beginning of his ministry, during his conquest of Medina, Yathrib. And on the other hand, you're perceived, rightly or wrongly, as being partially responsible for the death of Christ. So, you know, it's fairly obvious that as soon as anybody decides to identify with Jews, there'll be certain benefits, but there will also be a downside.
So this is the question, and I think I'll reframe it just a little bit. What is the theory and theology behind the matrilineal-patrilineal divide in African Judaism? And I think that has to do with some of the groups who say they want to convert and some of the groups who say they don't want to convert. And maybe you can make some comments on that general picture.
Well, I think it's a really excellent question, a really good question. And I don't really know that, you know, I've never done a particular study on it. All I can say is that in the context of what I do know, which is quite a lot about the traditions of the Lemba, the Waremba in southern Africa. You know, the whole thing, the whole business was male, and you know, it was possible for any woman can become a member of the Lemba tribe, but no man can. So it was, and also the traditions of the Lemba were passed down not by the women, by the men. And you can see that you know, if we think about our own homes and our own lives and backgrounds, the extent to which women are totally responsible for the passing on of family traditions from one generation to the next in all kinds of ways, not least food and stories. Exactly the opposite is true of let's say the Lemba, but I believe also of other communities. So you know, obviously in a group which is patrilineal, in fact, over many centuries, once they have to articulate themselves in a mainstream Jewish framework, they will want to maintain their own patrilineal sense of the world.
Okay, I think that we're really running late and we started late. So let's, Harriet, would you like to say a few words? And then we will break into some groups to chat a little bit. And Professor Parfit, when we gather again, I will have somebody read you some of the questions that came in the chat. Okay, Harriet?
Hello,
Harriet, okay, good.
I'm coming. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Bonnie and to Professor Parfit. One of the things Kulanu is most proud of is the friends that we have worked with and attracted, the people who volunteer their time and give us advice and help. And Professor Tudor Parfit has been one of our wonderful friends, as are so many of you in the community today. I know I see all kinds of people here who have been at our side and providing advice and help and information and contacts and travel as we work together. But in particular, we want to thank Professor Parfit today. Before we say goodbye, I want to take the time to personally thank all of you who have supported Kulanu over the years. Your donations and volunteer help have meant so much to all of our Kulanu communities. And again, we have a number of people from those communities with us today. In these challenging times when we can't be sure what turns the economy will take, your support is needed now more than ever. Each community has immediate needs, and some of these needs are of an emergency nature. We thank you in advance for whatever you can do to ease these financial burdens. We appreciate each donor to Kulanu, whether you are able to donate $18 or $10,000. In each case, we hope you'll dig deep in your pocket to support this work. Please go to kulanu.org/donate. I'm sure Molly will put that in the chat, either to donate online or to learn how to donate by mail. The secure link is in the chat. Many thanks to all of you. If you need to leave now, thanks for joining us. If you could stay, we will now be breaking into breakout groups to visit with each other.
This is how it feels to build websites the old-fashioned way. This is how it feels to build websites with Duda, the website builder designed for professionals like you. Keep your brand in
broadcaster and writer. And so he has traveled widely. In fact, I think one of his bios actually describes him as an adventurer. And he travels widely and speaks widely on some of these issues. And he's had a number of publications as well as the documentaries I've alluded to, just to name a few. In the Shadow of Moses, New Jewish Movements in Africa and the Diaspora, which came out this year, Becoming Jewish, New Jews and Emerging Jewish Communities in a Globalized World, also this year, and Black Zion in 2012. One of the things that may also catch the interest of a Latter-day Saint audience is, he may allude to this in today's presentation, is the use of genetics in either proving or disproving connections with the House of Israel, which of course affects our community in many ways. So without any further ado, I would like us to give a warm welcome to Dr. Tudor Parfit.
Well, thank you very much for that nice introduction, Dr. Huntsman. It's very, very good to be here. It's a very interesting and, of course, somewhat unusual audience for me. And I have a great suspicion of technology in every conceivable form, and particularly this particular one. And so I might choose to ignore it to some extent. I think I know what you're likely to be interested in, and I think that the things that you're going to be interested in are not my introduction. So I'm going to skip the introduction because I think that you will know all about it, because you know all about the lost tribes of Israel in some sort of theoretical way. And your church has been deeply concerned with the issue of the lost tribes of Israel, even from its inception. And it's indeed a fact that the first 3 or 4 decades of the 19th century was perhaps the period in human history
there's a prophecy. And that prophecy says that in the end of time, all these people that were exiled, that we call the lost tribes of Israel, will get up and come back to Israel. And it'll start happening all over in the four corners of the world. And they'll just get up and start moving back. And what if it was actually happening? Here you have this prophecy, and people are actually getting up. They may be in your own neighborhood, and they're packing their bags, and to you, they're just somebody else packing their bags and moving. But in actual fact, they're responding to some kind of biblical post-hypnotic suggestion. I'm not talking about 1,000 years. I'm talking about 2,700-year-old suggestion that they're responding to now. And we could actually film these people and match the prophecy with the events. And the reason it should matter is that because once they do what they have to do, they trigger the apocalypse. On these altars, children were sacrificed in pagan rituals. Scripture tells us that the tribes of Israel deserted the God of their forefathers and worshipped idols in places like this. The prophet said that for this sin, the Israelite tribes would be conquered and exiled until the end of time, when they would be found and redeemed. Har Megiddo, a fortress city in northern Israel. It is known to the world as Armageddon, a name synonymous with the apocalypse. But it won't happen before the Israelite tribes who once lived here return. According to prophecy, the countdown to the apocalypse and final redemption begins when the tribes are found, one by one. So this is the challenge before us. How are we going to find millions of people that no one has noticed? When I say find them, I don't mean discovering a people that's never made contact with Westerners. I mean taking very obscure pieces of a puzzle and going to very remote, sometimes dangerous places on the earth, and taking those pieces and putting them together and seeing, does this accord with the biblical prophecy? I have been on a journey, and I invite you to go on this journey with me. In the early 1980s, I went to Africa to document the plight of the Falashas, the Black Jews of Ethiopia. These people were caught in the midst of persecutions, war, and famine. In 1991, the Falashas made international headlines when they were airlifted by the Israeli Secret Service to Jerusalem. What was little noticed is that the Israelis acted only after the chief rabbi ruled that the Falashas were descendants of the lost tribe of Dan. Can you imagine the lost tribes of Israel making front page news? Can you imagine the government of Israel acting on the words of rabbis who say this is the lost tribe of Dan, and suddenly modern aircraft swooping in to Civil War Ethiopia as people from ages ago are airlifted into modern Israel? Seeing the Ethiopians in Jerusalem, I thought, was this just an anomaly? Or was the biblical prophecy beginning to unfold? Seven years after the Falasha airlift in a tomato packing plant near the Gaza Strip, I came across a small group that most Israelis take for Thai guest workers. They are a people who come from the hill country on the India-Burma border. They say they are descendants of the lost tribe of Menashe, and there is at least one rabbi here who believes them.
We have to go and bring them before the Messiah arrives in Israel. Our tradition teaches us that in the end of days, the Jews, who are the descendants of the tribes of Benjamin and Judah, will bring the lost tribes to Israel so that they will participate in messianic times.
I believe that the whole thing is in the realm of religious belief rather than in the realm of reality, that there is a strong necessity to find the tribes for religious theological reason, both Jewish and Christian. And those are the two religions that are active in tribe seeking, each one in its own way. And all the attempts to find them, I think, have no sound historical evidence. It is the belief that keeps the 10 lost tribes alive, not the people themselves.
Despite the skeptics, Rabbi Avichal has assisted hundreds of these people to emigrate to Israel and has supervised their formal return to Judaism. Can the rabbi be right? Is the key to the future submerged in these people's past? The story begins 2,900 years ago, when after Solomon's death, his biblical kingdom split into two. In the south, Judea, home to 3 tribes, including Judah, which gave its name to modern-day Jews. In the north, there was Israel, home to the people that would later be called the Lost Tribes of Israel. A 100 years after the prophets predicted the event, the Assyrian Empire bore down on the northern kingdom of Israel.
The Assyrians, they are considered to be the real heavies. I guess you could call them the stormtroopers, the Prussians. They created what many, in fact, would tell you was probably the most potent military machine of its age. That is, sometime from about the end of the 2nd millennium BCE, they began this inexorable march from their headquarters in the upper reaches of the Tigris, what is now eastern Iraq, the borders with Iran. And year after year, campaign after campaign, they just marched westwards. They marched as far as Israel, as far as the coast.
In 721 BCE, the Assyrians put to the torch many Israelite cities and deported most of the population. Most scholars believe that the tribes were lost because in exile they could not have held on to their identities. They must have assimilated.
We're talking about 2,700 years ago. There are historical documentations, historical records, actually found in excavations from, say, the 5th century BC that record Israelite names in Assyria. So at that time, maybe they still existed there, or a trickle of them existed there. After that, there is nothing, no documentation. So if you look at it historically, all kinds of people were exiled and got lost. And I believe that the 10 tribes also got lost.
But what if they are not lost and have preserved the memory of their ancient origins? What if they are waiting in their millions for their prophesied return? The hill country where Burma meets India is home to the people called Manmase or Manasseh, who are now claiming descent from the lost tribe of Menashe.
So we went there. And what we found there is a war zone. Over and over, in pursuit of the tribes, we found ourselves in the middle of a war zone. And what's the war about? It's about territory and ethnicity. And these people that call themselves Manasseh are fighting a people called Naga, and the Naga are saying, their enemies are saying, you don't belong here. You know, and we know that you're not from here. Would you ever think that on the Indian-Burmese border, there's a tribal conflict and being an Israelite is part of the issue?
This area is called Manipur. It swarms with insurrectionist groups, and the Indian government has responded by turning Manipur into a police state. The local mortuary receives daily deliveries of the victims of Naga violence. In response, the Manasseh have begun to organize an underground army.
My village was attacked. My own house was burnt, and my uncle was killed. They destroyed my village. Israelites are good fighters. We are good fighters. That is why we are not afraid. We are not afraid to fight. We feel we are warriors.
We obtained this never-before-seen footage from Manasseh guerrillas who are dedicated to setting up an independent Israelite state in India.
The flag of Jalangam, which is the flag for the future sovereign state, has the Star of David in the middle. One, because the Manasseh believe they are one of the lost tribes of Israel from the tribe of Manasseh. Secondly, the Star of David is a neutral figure or symbol. All the clans would find it acceptable.
Into this cauldron comes Rabbi Avichail. He's drawn here by the fact that for reasons no one can explain, thousands of locals are now claiming to be Israelites.
Shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Yaseh Shalem Elokeinu.
The rabbi has been researching the lost tribes for more than 35 years. He firmly believes that the Manasseh are indeed remnants of the tribe of Menashe, sent into exile 2,700 years ago.
This particular tribe seems to have been a rather lowly tribe in the area, economically poor, socially on the lower scale of society. And to people like that, the idea that they may be related to some divine promise of a huge and glorious future may have a very big appeal. And when Rabbi Avichail came, he already found a tribe that has managed to convince itself that it belongs to the 10 lost tribes.
We believe to be a Jew is not by body. To be a Jew is by soul. So you can be sometime in all the generation to change your body here and there, but the soul remain after all Jewish soul. And I believe in all my heart that you people have Jewish soul.
I want to go to Israel as soon as possible so that I can worship my God in peace and without any obstacle.
Israel today do it very, very slowly. My opinion is the main thing to bring all Menashe, the 10 tribes, will be the main goal of Messiah.
Thousands of Manasseh have decided not to wait passively for the Messiah. They have applied to emigrate to Israel. Despite those who would challenge their Israelite claims, they continue to practice Judaism in virtual isolation from the rest of the Jewish world.
In this small place called Manipur, which is at the corner of India, we're still alive and we are Jews and we like to go back to the place where we belong. We would appreciate it if things become better for us and we're allowed to go to that place, which is our fatherland, that is Israel.
If this is really happening, it should be happening everywhere. Because the prophecy is clear. It's not a few people here and there. Ezekiel talks about the staff of Judah being rejoined with the staff of Joseph. And the staff of Joseph are the 10 lost tribes of Israel. There's 1.5 million Menashe. That's a lot of people. Where are the rest? So we said, okay, let's go back to the ancient sources. Where did they go? Where did they go? The Assyrians, who destroyed the northern kingdom of Israel and took the people into exile, had a propensity for making wall reliefs. And this is very fortunate for us because it's almost like having someone with a video camera, a journalist with a video camera present 2,700 years ago. Because after they destroyed the Israelites, they went home, created palaces, and created these huge wall reliefs showing the destruction.
You see them being killed and you see them being taken prisoner and you see them being deported. And it's very clear difference. Obviously, killing is one thing. You see them being flayed alive. Taken prisoner, you only see men taken prisoner, and you see them being deported, you see them being deported in family units. So we've got a lot of evidence. They never deported people as just the men or just the women to be concubines or something. They deported families. They kept them together.
The only group of charioteers that the Assyrians retain intact as an elite unit of charioteers is an Israelite unit from Samaria. What this means is that they were appropriated by the core of the empire to the service of the center of the empire. The Israelite charioteers are retained intact.
The fact that they were kept together in military and family units gave us hope that perhaps they had survived the deportations after all.
That's a beautiful way of doing that. That's beautiful. I cannot say that it's impossible. No, I cannot say it's impossible. I would say it's very optimistic. People were thrown into nowhere amongst many other peoples. And we have no evidence whatsoever that anything survived the Assyrian melting pot.
Maybe the evidence lay elsewhere. We returned to the Assyrian reliefs, hoping that they could tell us their ancient story. From the Assyrian records, we learned that in the first assault, Assyria sacked 7 Israelite cities of the tribe of Naphtali and put the Naphtalites on the volatile border with Media. As the Assyrians lost ground to the Medes, the Israelites found themselves under Median rule in an empire that extended from modern Iran to Central Asia. Any Israelites living in Iran were later absorbed by mainstream Judaism. It was pointless to search here. Perhaps we would find the lost Israelites behind the former Median Empire, along the superhighways of the ancient world, across Uzbekistan, on the road to China. We picked up the trail in Uzbekistan, home to the legendary cities of Bukhara and Samarkand. Here we found ourselves in a forgotten region that had once been the prize of Alexander the Great and the Mongol warlord Genghis Khan. Founded over 2,500 years ago, Bukhara was the cultural center of the region.
From this place, one could go and trade in all directions. The city of Bukhara is really at the crossroads. The legendary Silk Route, which started in the 2nd century, came right through Bukhara. In the 12th century, the famous Jewish traveler Benjamin of Tudela wrote that there was a Hebrew tribe here which considered itself to be one of the lost tribes that were exiled by the Assyrians.
خانه‌پور مهمان آمده است شش صندوق جان تصدوق خانه‌پور مهمان.
As late as the 19th century, British missionary and explorer Joseph Wolfe reported that lost Israelites could still be found living in Bukhara. Legend has it that the most ancient tombs here date back to biblical times, but we could find no markings linking them to Israelites. Not far from these tombs is a Jewish community of uncertain origin. The first clue that they are related to the lost tribes is the name Issacharov, common in this area and nowhere else. Issachar is one of the lost tribes, and many of the people here, including the local rabbi, claim Issachar as an ancestor. The Issachar lead did not take us any further, so we explored the Mahala, the Jewish quarter, to see if there was a connection to the tribe of Naphtali, also exiled to this area. At first, it seemed that all we could ascertain is that the community is very old.
For many hundreds of years, we've been preparing matzah in this oven. It is a very, very old custom. These customs are ancient, thousands of years old. When God gave us Jerusalem, we were preparing matzah by hand, just like this.
While the women prepare unleavened bread for Passover, the men slaughter a sheep in accordance with the biblical law. The tradition of the Paschal lamb is as old as the Bible itself. A sheep is slaughtered with an extra sharp knife in one quick cut. The blood is then drained and removed. At the time of the Exodus, a bush would be dipped in the blood and smeared on doorposts, identifying those homes as Israelite.
I'm rendering this animal kosher, as we have always done.
How are you doing that?
I'm discarding the sciatic nerve here, in accordance with Jewish law.
When they were first discovered, they didn't claim to be Jews, they claimed to be Israelites. It's only in the last few hundred years that they've integrated themselves into the body of the world Jewish community. And the Bukharan Jews are important because they tip you off that the history of the lost tribes is a hidden history. That there are political reasons why their history would have been hidden. So for example, in Bukhara, in Uzbekistan, this country that was part of the former Soviet Union, anything Israelite was hidden and locked up because it was not in the interests of the local authorities to say that Israelites were here before the supposedly indigenous people. And in Bukhara, we actually had a guide who ran the Bukharan Museum who was torn between pursuing the truth and looking out for himself in a political climate where it's still policy to hide anything Israelite. So for example, he gave us access to the basement of the Bukharan Museum. On top in the museum, you have all the official history. And in the basement, locked up, you have anything Israelite. And what's in this musty, dank basement? Prayer books, silver platters with Hebrew alphabet on them, locked up. Torah scrolls, Bible scrolls are locked up as if they're some kind of state secret. Anything with a Hebrew letter, anything signifying some kind of historical Israelite presence, locked up. And then when we asked him about Israelites, he didn't want to talk directly about Israelites, but he said, you know, there were these people here that ruled Central Asia for 200 years, and they were called Ephthalites.
From our recent digs, we've learned that in the 6th century, Bukhara was the capital of a mighty kingdom of Semites, which also ruled parts of India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Now, in the 19th century, the Russian writer Shubinsky believed that it was in this region that the Israelites were settled. But the people who ruled the area were called Hephthalites. And right up to the present day, we are still debating the origins of the Hephthali dynasty of Bukhara.
Who are these Hephthalites? Have you ever heard of Hephthalites? Any Hephthalites here? I don't want to offend anybody. Looking in the Britannica, and I found Hephthalites. And what does the first line say? It says, this much-named and enigmatic tribe ruled Central Asia in the 5th and 6th centuries. Are we following here? Much-named, many names, and enigmatic, mysterious tribe. Now, why is a tribe that ruled Central Asia for 200 years mysterious? You'd think you'd get to know them after the first 100 years of rule. The second sentence was revelatory as well, because it says they were known to medieval writers as Ephthalites and Nephtalites.
It seemed to us that the Nephtalites must have been the lost tribe of Naphtali, but we wanted some hard archaeological evidence. We went to the Tashkent Institute of Archaeology, where we gained access to a restricted facility containing a treasure of ancient artifacts. Among them, 2,200-year-old potsherds. Clearly displayed on the ancient clay is Aramaic script, the day-to-day language of the Israelite tribes. Here we also met Professor Usmanova, a semi-retired archaeologist.
And what does she have?
She has wrapped in a tea towel, 1700-year-old religious ritual object with Hebrew writings, with an Israelite name, with ram's horns, a religious object of Israelite origin from exactly the area that the lost tribes went to 1,000 years after they supposedly disappeared.
Unbeknownst to most Israelis, the majority of Bukharan Jews have now emigrated to Israel. But the chain has been broken. They do not know that they may be descendants of the Naphtalites.
They say that we are descendants of the lost tribes, but we don't know which one. All we know is that we are Jewish. That's what is important. I hope that with God's help, the redemption will come, and with it, the ingathering of the tribes. Then we'll know which tribe we belong to. Until then, we identify with the tribe of Judah. If by my laws you walk and my commandments you guard and do them, I will give your rain in due season. And you shall eat your bread to the full, and you will dwell in your land safely, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am God, your God, who brought you out from the land of Egypt, that you shall not be slaves to them. And I have broken the bonds of your yoke, that you may go upright.
Back in Bukhara, it seems that the Naphtalites, a once mighty tribe of rulers, have been reduced to a tiny community of a few thousand who did not flee after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Once, you could find these people in dozens of towns dotting the area. Now, there are only a few isolated Bukharan Jewish enclaves, including this one, in the jewel of Central Asia, Samarkand, a city with a history dating back more than 2,500 years. The word Kand in the local dialect means city. Samarkand translates as the city of the Sumerians. Samaria was the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. We continued along the Silk Route towards China. The city of Kaifeng was the capital city of the Han Dynasty. Following the Naphthalite Trail, we learned that the Chinese records say that the Naphtalites were here. They were labeled Jews or Yuda by the Chinese. It is virtually impossible to identify a Jew in Kaifeng today. But there was one government official who was willing to talk.
There was a Jewish community, but now there is no more Jewish community. There is no Jewish community anymore. Only a few families. This is the synagogue, former site of a synagogue.
Okay. And can you write also here the two family names?
Only for your reference.
I understand.
And most likely, and you will be refused.
这个没有。No,不在这儿，在那我帮你问一下啊。
We did not find lost tribes in China waiting in their millions. But could the last Jews of Kaifeng help us in our quest?
不是，我只他这个人300年以前已经没有了教堂。
About 300 years ago, our synagogue ceased to exist. Without the synagogue, there was no place for the Jews to congregate. Without a congregation, there were no more rabbis. Without the congregation, without the rabbis, without the religious rituals or readings of the scriptures, there was no more worship. Nothing was left.
Nonetheless, to this day, there are Chinese people in Kaifeng whose identity papers still describe them as Jews, Yuda.
Yudai, this is his name, right?
Yes.
Does he think he is a Jew?
他问你现在你自不自己还感觉你是否是犹太人？当然是这样，是这样。
Yes, 是。
我在我民族意识还是有的，民族意识，民族意识。
Amidst the mementos of the last Jews of Kaifeng, we thought, is it possible that the Manasseh of India and Burma are the remnants of an unknown exodus across Central Asia and China? Perhaps it was time to further investigate the Manasseh claim.
Since time memorial, we long for this Israel, and we have sympathy for Israelis. Nobody told us to feel like that. I don't know how it comes. You know, whenever there is earthquake, then the eldest man of the house, he will run out of the house and shout, "Oh, we children of Manmasi are alive. We children of Manmasi are alive." He will shout at least 3-4 times at the top of his voice. Then he will come back. Then he said, "Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." Then he will tell us, our ancestor has shaken the earth to find out whether his descendants are still alive or not.
There's something very poetic about the possibility that the Manasseh of Northeast India are the descendants of an unknown, long-forgotten Israelite trek across China into Burma, finally ending up in India. And when we were with the elders of the Manasseh, they pulled out a map that illustrated exactly the journey we had suspected, showing them starting in Israel, going across Central Asia to China, down into Burma and into India. And in fact, they went further and started singing a song in an archaic form of their language. A song not of the unknown Exodus, but this time a song of the known Exodus. The Exodus with which we're all familiar. The Exodus of the Red Sea parting. The Exodus of eating quail that falls from heaven, water coming from the rock, and the enemies of the Israelites drowning in the Red Sea.
The first verse is telling that the big Red Sea is parted. Then the second verse goes, we are going on foot across that parted sea. Then the water came up together again, and the enemies were being swallowed by the sea. They were being guided by a flame at night and a cloud during the day. And then this one pointed that you please pick up those birds being scattered there, and then draw the water which is flowing out of the rock.
Though their history demonstrates that their ancestors passed through China, the Manasseh insist that they are not Chinese and that they have preserved customs which are distinctly biblical.
If we were born China, then how come we are not following the religion of the Chinese people? The Chinese people religion is two broadly two. One is Confucian and another one is Buddhist. In the two religions, there is no animal sacrifice. But when I was a small boy, we kill some animal. Then we put big plate. The blood of the animal was set there. Then the priest took some bushes, branches, and dip it, and thus painted the doorpost.
In 1894, Protestant missionaries came to these hills. Although they thought they were converting pagans, it seems that the people here were easily persuaded to embrace Christianity because they saw elements of their own history and mythology in the biblical stories told to them. The Manasseh always believed that they were from a far-off land, kept many biblical practices, and worshipped a single God. When we learned that Manasseh eat pork, we thought these could not be Israelites. But interestingly, they mixed the pork with ashes and regard it as a meal of shame to be eaten outside the home.
These are the ashes. We'll put ashes, and then they'll put water in here. But this is what we call it som. Inside this, they used to put pork meat inside it, and then they ferment it, and then it becomes smelly. When it becomes smelly, they take out this portion, and then we take it, and then we put it, and then we boil it.
And is that meal a sign of mourning?
It's not a meal of mourning, but I think it shows us that we have been cursed. The reason why we have been thrown out from the land of our ancestor. But according to our forefathers, once you make this meat and the pork in here, that means you have made this thing unclean. If people ask us how long you have been eating this thing, this has been a curse from generation to generation, so we're still using this. So we're waiting for Shiloh to come and deliver us from all these things.
Shiloh will redeem us. Now that's a very strange construction because Jehovah is the God of Israel, and Shiloh, or Shiloh in Hebrew, was the holy place for the northern tribes, for the lost tribes. And Shiloh seems to be a fusion of those two terms. Shiloh will redeem. And the same person who said that appeared to us in a talit, in a prayer shawl, which looked identical to the prayer shawls that the Jews wear all over the world.
This shawl is known as Tolopuan. So this Tolopuan is a long traditional clothes worn by our forefather when they make a vow. Suppose if they make a vow of killing one mithun or a tiger, without killing a tiger, they will not come home. Once they make the vow with wearing this shawl. In Mizo, Tolo means never return back, no turning back. These are made with fringes.
The Bible commanded the Israelites to tie a blue thread to the corners of their garments.
So there's always a blue thread at the corner?
Yes, there's always a blue thread.
These people have had a problem in that the Jewish world couldn't relate to them. No one answered their appeals. No one answered their cry. About 50 years ago, a man named Chala, who was one of their leaders, they regard him as a prophet, told them that the time had come for them to return to the land of their forefathers. Many got up and were willing to follow him. Nobody said, "What land of our forefathers are you talking about?" They all knew that the Holy Land was their ancestral home.
People called my father a prophet, and in a sense he was. It was revealed to him that we were Israelites. But he wasn't a prophet in the sense that Jeremiah, Ezekiel, or Hosea were prophets. No, he wasn't a prophet in that way. But in order for us to realize who we are, he did have a revelation. God did not want us to be lost forever.
Daniel Benjamin's father was a follower of Chala. Like Chala, he sought to emigrate to Israel. Though in his lifetime the Israeli authorities ignored Daniel's father, he was buried facing Jerusalem.
My father wanted very much to immigrate to Israel. He was, in fact, one of the first to return to Judaism, to start practicing Judaism in this part of India. He was a leader of our community. He also taught me a lot about Israel, about Zionism, and about Judaism.
After Chala's death, some of his followers concluded that maybe they should return to Judaism before returning to Zion. Since they were reluctant to completely abandon Christianity, they opted for a homegrown version of Messianic Judaism, a Jews for Jesus type of worship. But for some of the Manasseh, the call of their ancestors eventually proved too strong to ignore.
Look at this picture. A picture which shows how the Torah is being brought from Ethiopia to Israel. See how great it is? The Ethiopian Jews were like us. They had great reverence for the covenant and studied the Torah with great dedication. They loved Torah. Here they enter Jerusalem, bringing their Torah with them. With great joy, we too will soon enter Jerusalem.
Thousands of Manasseh have now forsaken Christianity and adopted Orthodox Judaism.
Could these people really be Menashe? Because if they are, we may have identified as many as 4 of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Menashe, Dan being the Ethiopians, and Issachar and Naphtali among the Bukharan Jews of Central Asia. And if we were right to think of the Bukharans as the descendants of Naphtali, then maybe we should be looking for Zebulon, because Zebulon was the brother tribe of Naphtali in ancient Israel. And history records that at the same time as the Naphtalites were ruling Central Asia in the 5th and 6th centuries, another tribe was ruling parts of Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. This tribe was called Zavula. So maybe we could find in the Indian subcontinent, not on the border of Burma, descendants of the Zavula, just as we had found descendants of the Naphtalites in Central Asia.
In the course of our research, we repeatedly came across a little-known group in India that could not be easily related to other Jews. So we made our way to Bombay in search of Zebulon. Bombay is home to 8 million Hindus and 1 million Muslims. Here we found a community numbering about 5,000 that by all accounts should have assimilated into the dominant culture long ago. And though they do not call themselves by any particular tribal name, significantly, like the lost tribes, and unlike other Jews, they call themselves the children of Israel, not Judah.
I am not Yehudi, I am Bnei Israel. Yehudis, those Jews who migrated to India from Baghdad. My family is Bnei Israel.
300 years ago, a Jewish merchant traveling through the coastal region was stunned to see Indian peasants chanting Jewish prayers. Fascinated, he stopped to inquire as to how they knew these prayers. and was shocked when they replied that they were Israelites who had lived in India from ancient times. Skeptical of these claims, the merchant visited a village and presented the Bnei Israel with an assortment of fish to be made into a meal, some kosher, some not. When he saw that the villagers knew which fish were kosher, he was convinced that they were an Israelite community, and he helped them return to Judaism. Unique to the Bnei Israel community is the Melida ceremony, which is a kind of offering of rice, scented flowers, and fruit. Though they had forgotten the reasons behind some of their practices, the Bnei Israel had clung to them as something precious to be passed through the generations.
They were observing certain rules and regulations of Judaism. And when they got an opportunity of being told as to what the meaning was of that particular thing, they were only too happy. Why should they lose? And nobody forced us. If they had said, no, you must become Hindus or you must become Mohammedans, but nobody ever forced us because we were such a minority in the whole population of India. Nobody worried about us.
But what if they were not always a tiny minority? What if the mysterious rulers of northern India in the 5th and 6th centuries were indeed the lost tribe of Zebulon?
The Bnei Israel community's own historian, his name was Chaim Kar, wrote a book about the Bnei Israel at the turn of the 20th century. He believed that they are descendants of the lost tribes. He thought the tribes were scattered to the ends of the earth, and some made their way to India. He talks about various practices they have and compares them to the rituals of the Jerusalem temple, for example, the Melida ceremony. He argues that in an earlier period, they even had sacrifices like those in the temple. But these are all speculations. There is no documentation or proof.
After nearly 3 millennia, there may not be proof, but there is a tantalizing hint. The holiest site for the Bnei Israel of India is a rock outcrop 100 kilometers south of Bombay. Here we learned that the most revered figure for the Bnei Israel is not King David, or Abraham, or even Moses. It is the prophet Elijah.
The Jews in India believe that the prophet Elijah went to heavens from this place. The mark of his chariot can be seen on the stone rock that we are standing on. The hooves can be seen laid down there, and they said that his chariot slipped here, and on the top of the mountains over there you can see another sign of the hooves of his horses.
Using the rock as a kind of altar, the Bnei Israel make an offering of coconut on the mark of Elijah's chariot. This veneration of Elijah is suggestive, since Elijah was the prophet of the Israelite tribes that came to be lost. But how would they have gotten here? The community has its own myth of origin.
2,000 years ago, a ship of Israelis got caught in a storm, and the ship was wrecked on the coast of Bombay. And only 7 couples survived that particular shipwreck. And the 7 couples landed at a place known as Navgaon. And we are supposed to be the offshoot of those 7 couples.
It makes more sense that those Israelites came not directly from Israel, but from the north. that is, the area of the Silk Route. Israelites of the tribes exiled by the Assyrians became involved in the silk trade, trading along one of the branches of the ancient route that became known as the Silk Route. I believe that these Israelites got as far as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Kashmir. From there, they got to where the Persian Gulf meets the Indian Ocean, and then, in the course of their trade, they may have sailed along the Indian coast.
Whichever way they got here, the Bnei Israel can still point to the graves where the survivors of the shipwreck are said to be buried. It now seems that we can draw a plausible link between the Bnei Israel and seafarers coming from the north. But does this prove that the ancient rulers of northern India had any connection whatsoever to the lost tribe of Zebulun?
We have coins that say Javula on them. We have recorded history of their capital city called Baruch, which in Hebrew means blessed. We know that the title of their king was Mir HaGola, which in Hebrew means light of the exile. And we know the name of the king, their most famous king, was Torah Mana, which in Hebrew or Hindi means, or seems to mean, belief in the Torah, faith in the books of Moses. So unless these were all coincidental, we could speculate that the Zavula of India and Pakistan were really the lost tribe of Zebulun.
As if responding to an ancient call, many of the Bnei Israel of Bombay have returned to their ancestral home in Israel. They gravitate towards Elijah's cave and continue to demonstrate their reverence for the biblical prophet. Elijah's cave is in the old territory of Zebulun.
Standing in this cave, I must confess that I felt that I was in the Twilight Zone because I was among people who were acting out a script that was written almost 3,000 years ago. And they seemed to be fixated on the prophet that warned the tribes of their exiles and promised them redemption in the end of days. But there was a problem here. The prophecy speaks of millions, and this was a small group. The biggest tribe we had found was Menashe, 1.5 million. Perhaps the clue was there, because the brother tribe of Menashe was Ephraim. So perhaps we had to look for Ephraim. For that, we had to go back to our treasure map. We had to go back to the Bible.
In the 8th century BC, the biblical account of the facts is fully reliable about the reasoning, about the whys and hows. That is something else. But about what happened, we can fully trust the biblical account. It is fully parallel to what we found in archaeological excavations.
I look at things as a believer. For me, the scriptures are paramount. In the Book of Kings, we find in several places references to where the tribes were exiled to. Also in the Book of Chronicles. It says in these texts that they were exiled to 5 places. First, the mountains of the Medes. This is in the direction of Kurdistan and the Caucasus. Second, the river Gozan. Third, Hala. Fourth, Hara. And last, Havor. Where are these places?
In modern Syria, there are places that roughly correspond to the biblical locations. There is a river called Havor, and nearby there is a city called Gozan.
It's very interesting. A few documents were found recently in the city on the river Habur, called Durkatlimu, a German excavation, and in 1993 they were published. So only 4 documents, I think, and in 1 or 2 of them, there are Israelite names. One of them is Hezekiah. Now, the date is the first year 2 or what, of Nebuchadnezzar. So that means they're not Judeans. They definitely are Israelites. Israelites in the area of Habur, where they should be.
Today there are no Israelites waiting by the river Chavor. But what if they moved east, taking their place names with them? One of the passes between Afghanistan and Pakistan is known to the world as the Khyber Pass. The Khyber Pass is one of the most lawless and dangerous places on earth. It is the heart of Pakistan's northwest frontier, the Wild West of the East. The first thing one notices is that the Pakistani government has no real authority here. The only way to obtain safe passage is to travel with an armed escort from the ruling people in the area, the Pathans. They have guarded the Khyber Pass for more than 2,000 years, driving away Genghis Khan, the British Army, and most recently, the Soviets.
In Hebrew, it's known as Chavor Pass, the same name as in the Bible. And next to the Khyber Pass, there's a city called Peshawar in Pakistan. Peshawar means the same thing, the Chavor Pass. So we thought, could the Khyber be Chavor in the Bible? If it is, there should be here a river called Gozan. And right there, flowing into the Kabul River, is the river Ghazni. If this is Chavor, we thought, there should be somewhere around here, the city Hara. And 300 kilometers away, in Afghanistan, there's the city Herat.
The whole world knows this area as a hotbed of Islamic fundamentalism. There are 15 million Pathans and not a single Jew among them. But we set out to investigate whether under the Islamic surface lies an Israelite past. The first clue was the fact that the Pathans claimed to descend from Afghan, son of King Saul of Israel. From their perspective, Afghanistan is an Israelite name. At worship, they seem like any other Muslims. When studying the Quran, however, they rock their bodies in the manner of Jews. To this day, it is an ancient code called Pukhtunwali, rather than Islamic law, which commands their ultimate loyalty.
It is said about Pushtun, Pushtun is really is a fifth region itself. Is not. We have got our own code of conduct, and not that whatever the Quran says, Pushtun all believe in that. We don't do much of the things which are not conveyed by Quran really. That's why it is said, it is a proverb that Pushtun nim Quran namani. Or Pukhto pinzam mazhab de wali.
Pukhtuwali, the code of the Pukhtu. And what is this Pukhtuwali? It's basically Old Testament law in a kind of unforgiving way, where you don't have any kind of rabbinical softening of it. Eye for an eye means eye for an eye, literally. Adultery, you're finished.
If there is a conflict between your own Pukhtunwali law and Islam, which do the Pathans choose?
Our customs are those of the Pukhtun, or Pathan. There are 11 Pathan tribes in the Khyber. We all have the same customs. The main law here is the Islamic Sharia. But we Pathan follow our own specific Pukhtunwali customs. For example, according to Islam, there must be established evidence for the conviction of adultery. You cannot convict anyone without sufficient evidence of fact. But according to Pukhtunwali, if there is even the slightest suspicion of an illegitimate relationship between a man and a woman, both are convicted and killed. The matter is closed, and there is nothing left to discuss.
As in the Bible, the Pathans still engage in animal sacrifices for religious purposes.
I am of the Musahel, the people of Moses. We make sacrifices of sheep. For example, at a wedding festival, our elders would sacrifice 4 sheep. Today, when times are good, a man can sacrifice 10 sheep. We make these sacrifices to please God and the people too. Also, some people used to light oil lamps on Friday nights to ask for forgiveness and blessings from God. Such are our traditions.
We are in a country that is supposedly dominated by Muslims, but not Muslims, just any Muslims, Muslim fundamentalism. And yet we come face to face with people that say we are Musahel. We are from the people of Moses. And as we travel among these people who look like they stepped off the pages of the Bible, Semitic faces, long beards, biblical garb, prayer shawls, and as the evidence mounted, we could not help but feel that maybe here among the Pathans of Afghanistan and Pakistan, we would find the answers to our quest.
We were astounded to learn that the Pathans adhere to biblical laws that were thought to have disappeared thousands of years ago. As in the Bible, those accused of manslaughter can escape to designated cities of refuge.
It is mentioned in our old books that if you kill someone unintentionally, then you can flee to a designated place of refuge. Our books tell us that Moses ordered Joshua to establish cities of refuge and told the people that they should honor them. Today, we educated people think it is backwards to protect a criminal in this way, but the people in those areas of refuge look upon the matter as holy. To protect a fugitive is the sacred job of the elders. They treat him as their guest.
It seems the Pathans are trapped in time, tenaciously adhering to their ancient ways. They've literally created a wall between themselves and the outside world. They live in these extended family compounds, their women hidden inside. As in the Bible, the Pathan women observe a code of modesty which rarely allows them to emerge.
I asked the Pathan, how could you have love songs when you keep your women hidden? It's what, a man singing a song to someone in the kitchen from the other room, the dining room? He said no, he laughed and he said, all our love songs take place at wells. The only legitimate place for a woman in modesty to be seen is at the well. And immediately it struck me that every one of the biblical romances happens at a well. Moses meets Zipporah at a well, right? Jacob meets Rachel and Leah at the well. Rebecca for Isaac is met at the well. It's always at the well.
To enter the Pathan marketplaces is to step back in time. Defying all probabilities, the Pathans still live in tribal groups with Israelite names. Rabbani is similar to the tribe of Reuven, Levani, the tribe of Levi, and Shinwari, the tribe of Shimon. One Pathan tribe known as Gadun is very small in numbers, not unlike the lost tribe of Gad. Interestingly, the most numerous tribe among the Pathans is Afridi, and the most numerous tribe in ancient Israel was Ephraim. There is even a sub-tribe called Waziri, known for wearing its hair long. In biblical times, Naziri, such as Samson, also did not cut their hair.
So you have Reuven, Gad, Ephraim, Shimon. 4 more tribes. So we'd actually located 9 of the tribes. Or let me put it differently. We think we located 9 of the tribes. If we haven't located 9 of the tribes, then it's a very strange coincidence going on that you have all these people with biblical names, with biblical practices, with an Israelite memory, exactly where they should be according to the biblical map. If someone can come up with another explanation, I'm open to it, but I couldn't understand it.
There are people living among the Pathans who claim descent from the Assyrians and still preserve an oral tradition of the conquest of Israel.
Our tradition is that 2,700 years ago, my people conquered Israel and took the tribes there to the areas we ruled: Iran, Turkey, Armenia, Uzbekistan, and Afghanistan. The Israelites were taken to all of these places. They acted as our servants. They acted as tutors for the Assyrian children. They were also used in the army to help Assyria in warfare.
When I was young and had no beard, my grandfather's uncle died at the age of 115. We called him Baba, or grandfather. He used to say that we are the children of Israel. I was young, and at that age people forget things. They don't care much about history or talk of this kind. But now I would like to know, what are our origins? Where do we come from?
Our grandfathers always told us that we are from the Bani Israel, the children of Israel. They said the Jews are as Pathan as we are.
It's clear that a Judaic memory persists, but were there ever people here who openly identified with Judaism?
If you look up Harat in Encyclopedia Judaica, for example, you'll find 1 or 2 paragraphs. If you look up a Western Jewish community, you'll find pages and pages and pages. And when you look up Harat, it says the Jewish community may have been in Harat for somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 years. They're talking about a community that lived somewhere for at least 1,000 years, and there's a paragraph or 2 on them. What does this tell us? It tells us that they're lost to our consciousness, that they've fallen off the Western radar screen.
In Harat, we find this cemetery covered with Stars of David and Hebrew script. For at least 1,000 years, it served one of the oldest continuous Jewish communities in the world. The Jews of Harat are no more. The last of them left in the late 1980s following the Soviet invasion. The country is now torn by civil war, and yet a Pathan tribesman agrees to take us to one of the old synagogues. For hundreds of years, people entered this house of prayer through the grand doorways leading into its beautiful sanctuary. Today, we enter through an artillery hole blasted by Soviet shells. There is now a tiny community of Afghani Jews in Israel. Like the Bukharans, they are largely unknown here. They remember their former Pathan neighbors as not quite Jewish, but perhaps related to them in some way.
They were the ones who wore these prayer shawls, four-cornered garments like we do. And they didn't really know what they were, and they used to be surprised to see us wearing similar things. They would say to us, "You're Jews? How could you be Jews?" They'd be surprised. I remember them coming from the border areas, from the mountains, from Pakistan, places like Jalalabad. And I remember people said that to this day they still lit candles on the Sabbath. They would put the candles under these baskets and didn't know why they were doing it. They had all these traditions they didn't know the origins of. Except they said, that is what our forefathers did.
Did they think they were Jewish?
They thought they were more Jewish than us.
The prophets say that equal numbers of Israelites and Judeans will herald the Messiah. Interestingly, the number of Pathans and Jews in the world is virtually identical. The prophecy also foretells that it is Menashe and Ephraim that will take the lead in the return. In India, we had encountered the Menashe. If we were right, here among the Afridi, we had come face to face with Ephraim. However, before we could accept that the end of days was upon us, we needed more proof. On the road to Armageddon, it now seemed appropriate that our journey take us through a minefield. We needed harder evidence that the Pathans were of the lost tribes, so we went to the Afghani city of Kandahar, where in the 1950s a stone covered in ancient script was discovered. During the Soviet invasion, this stone was buried under rubble and surrounded by mines. Here, red dots mark undetonated mines, which we skirted to get to the site. "2,300 years ago, the Buddhist emperor Ashoka put up propaganda pillars throughout his empire. Until the Kandahar discovery, it was thought that these stones were always written in Sanskrit. But the stone buried here is written in Aramaic. In other words, the people then living here spoke in the everyday language of the Israelite tribes. We came here with a local elder in the hope of photographing it, but in its present state, that proved impossible.
It's under here. The stone is very big and there is ancient writing all over it. Same hard surface as this one, but no one can get to it now. This is definitely the place. There's no point in looking any further.
We did look further. We were tipped off that across the border in Pakistan, there was another stone rarely mentioned by Western scholars.
Look at that. There it is, right over there.
What is it? What is it?
Here, the stone was accessible. To our surprise, we discovered that it too was not written in Sanskrit, but in the Aramaic alphabet.
I see all the letters, the Aleph, the Ain, and I'm standing in front of this 2,300-year-old postcard from the Lost Tribes. And when we pack up our gear and we go, and I'm like in shock, because I didn't expect to find it. I was thinking it's in Gandhar. I didn't know there was another one here. And there's two more in places we didn't go. And one has on it the Hebrew month of Elul. So then this guide comes up to me and they told me, don't say you're Jewish, don't say anything, because people here are very Muslim, they may not take kindly to you. So he says, why were you able to read that? And I feel, I don't want to lie to this guy. And I said, because I'm a Jew. And this person, who's supposed to be my enemy, leans over with tears in his eyes, embraces me, and says, then you are my brother. So maybe it was happening. Maybe the end of time was unfolding. I was standing there and I got goosebumps. I said, wait a minute, is this it? Am I making a film, or am I turning into the reporter from Armageddon? But then something struck me. We never found people who claimed to be Cohens, priests. And that's a big problem, because if we're really analyzing prophecy, return of the tribes leads to Messianic times. Messianic times leads to the rebuilding of the temple of God in Jerusalem, and that leads to the renewed rituals that take place there, and that requires a ritually pure caste of priests. And there are none among the tribes, and in Western Jews, none that can claim that they are ritually pure descendants of this priestly class. So what's going on here? On the one hand, it seems that prophecy is unfolding, and on the other hand, key characters in the biblical drama are missing.
Perhaps we had stumbled on some kind of eternal punishment. Preserved in their tribal units on the edges of deserts, the lost Israelites were waiting for a redemption that would never come. Or perhaps everything we thought we had found was a passing mirage. There was one lead we hadn't followed, one tribe whose descendants we had not encountered, the tribe of Asher. Since the Cohen priests were not living among the other tribes, perhaps if we located Asher, we would find the key to the Cohen enigma.
Is it possible that there's a little enclave somewhere of pure Cohens kept there until the blast of the great horn? The tribes have come home. The heavenly trumpets will call them out and say, do your priestly duty. For that, we went looking to the place that Asher would be. They were seafarers, and they were in alliance with the Canaanites. They sailed the seas together. And the biggest Phoenician or Canaanite colony was in Carthage, modern Tunisia. So we went to the one place we hadn't been to look for the one tribe that we had made no contact with, and just a few hundred kilometers down the road, off the coast of Tunisia, there's an island. And on that island, there's a community that have been there since biblical times.
The name of the island is Jerba. It is home to a Jewish community that Tunisians value for its silversmiths.
Most historians maintain the theory that the Jewish community in Jerba is the oldest community in Jewry in the whole world. Some of them, they say that the Jewish community was established even before the construction of the first temple.
What we now learned is that the community is split into two distinct quarters, one for Spanish Jews who arrived here in the 16th century, and one made up not of Asherites, but of Cohens, and no one else.
There is a small quarter on the island near the ancient synagogue. There is a bigger Jewish neighborhood called the Large Quarter. The larger quarter is mainly made up of Jews who arrived here after their expulsion from Spain. Also, other Jews of various ethnic backgrounds came to live there. The smaller quarter, on the other hand, is made up essentially of Cohen priests who arrived here after the destruction of the first temple in Jerusalem in biblical times.
I am from the Joseph Cohen family. I have it from my father and my father's father that our tradition is that we came from the priestly neighborhood. We are Cohens, and it is 2,000 years that we have been living here on this tiny island.
The story goes that this community was founded in biblical times by temple priests that quarreled with the religious hierarchy in Jerusalem. Here, they found a place of refuge, setting up the Griba synagogue, which locals still consider one of the holiest sites in Judaism. According to the Cohen's tradition, the Griba contains a treasure trove of gold and silver relics, destined for use by the Cohen priests in the future Jerusalem temple to be erected after the apocalypse. The sacred treasure is supposedly buried beneath the shrine. In a crawl space under the main sanctuary, we did not find any relics. What we did find, however, is the foundation stone whose original inscriptions, if there were any, had been covered by the black soot of countless candles. Buried treasure or not, what is clear is that the Cohens of Jerba have maintained a communal priestly tradition found nowhere else in the world.
You know, Jerba is the island of Cohen priests. All are Cohens.
Are you a Cohen?
Yes, and so is he.
When did you Cohens get here?
With Ezra the scribe in biblical times, it's a heritage passed on from generation to generation. We are some of the very few Kohanim who have the authentic priestly lineage from those days up to the present.
The Asherites had eluded us, but they did lead us to the Cohens. It appears that if needed, temple priests are available to bring in the Messianic age, ensuring that the return of the tribes would not be in vain.
There is a divine promise in the Bible that the tribes will return, that they will be united, that they will prosper and grow. And this is a promise that was uttered by many of the prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, in very flowery language, in very nice metaphors like in Ezekiel. But now there is a flaw. There is a promise hanging there which has not been fulfilled.
If the divine promise is fulfilled, millions believe that this place, Armageddon, will be at the center of events. It is here that long ago Israelite tribes put up one of their fiercest battles against the Assyrians. But the new age will be heralded only when the descendants of those ancient warriors return. Daniel Benjamin is one of the few who have made it from the India-Burma border to Israel. If he is from the lost tribe of Menashe, he is one of the first Israelites to serve in the Jewish army in nearly 3,000 years.
The very first time I came here, all my thoughts, everything that was in my mind, was about my father, of blessed memory, who passed to the next world before he got the opportunity to come here, to our country. So the first time I arrived in this place, I cried in my heart. My dream is that every one of the B'nai Menashe, at least 1 million or 2, will come here with God's help. Our young people will then go into the army and will build the land of Israel, and in the end, Messiah will come and rebuild the Holy Temple. I pray for this. I pray that the ingathering takes place and that Messiah will lead it.
Seeing Daniel pray next to an Ethiopian Israeli, I couldn't help but wonder if the story had come full circle, if the tribes of Dan and Menashe had begun the long prophesied return of the lost Israelites.
The lost tribes of Israel are no longer lost. The lost tribes of Israel have never been lost. What was lost is our consciousness. What was lost is our sensitivity to parts of the world that are not Western. We were lost to them. They've never been lost to themselves.
Long ago, the Israelites were given a prophetic promise that once atonement had been made, there would be a bright messianic future, and the staff of Judah would be rejoined with the staff of Joseph, the tribes finally reunited. These people now believe that their nearly 3,000-year exile is over, and that their redemption is at hand. Celebrating with their rabbi, they proclaim not the beginning of the end, but the beginning of a new beginning.
How on Jewish Voice. Welcome to Jewish Voice, where we help you to understand the Jewish roots of your Christian faith, Bible prophecy, and why you should stand with Israel. I'm Rabbi Jonathan Bernison. Joining me today, once again, is my co-host, Ezra Benjamin. Ezra, another exciting program because we will be spending time at our Lost Tribes Discovery Center. You're one of the first to see this. I don't think there's anything like this anywhere in the world.
Right, and we've just opened it, Jonathan.
We just went online with this, the Lost Tribes Discovery Center. There's so many Jewish communities that have been scattered to the uttermost parts of the earth.
But they're being regathered.
And they're being regathered, and we're coming into connection with them. And many of them are coming to us. One of the questions I'm asked a lot is, how are you finding these lost tribes?
Right. They're actually finding us.
They're finding us. You know, Ezra, I'm not sure that everyone watching even knows what the lost tribes or who the lost tribes are.
Right. And who's lost to begin with? And are they lost to themselves, or are they lost to the world? Are they being found? So many questions arise. What does the term lost tribe
So
mean?
let me recap, and it goes back to Abraham. God calls Abraham and gives him a unique destiny, a unique calling and promise. And he says to Abraham, who's living in idolatry, through you, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. And he took him to a land with his family, to a land that is today the state of Israel.
Right.
So that was a land that was given to a specific people as an everlasting possession.
And then to Isaac and to Jacob
Right,
after him.
right. And so that's the land grant. It's not the Balfour Declaration. It's not the UN decision. It's not even an issue of historically how long have the Jewish people been in the land. It's God declaring this land will be a possession to you and your children, Isaac, Jacob, and their children.
Right. And our people come back from Israel, but we don't have to read too many books into the Bible to see that God scattered us. We see it in Isaiah and Jeremiah. And he says, you deserve it. It's because of your disobedience that I'm kicking you out of the land of Israel.
He warned the children of Israel. And he said, if you follow my laws and commandments and you worship the one true God, you'll be blessed.
Right.
If you don't, you'll be cursed and you'll be scattered to the nations.
And that's exactly what happened.
And you won't do well there.
Yeah.
It'll be hardship for you. There'll be hardship. So the promise is to Abraham through Isaac and Jacob, not through Ishmael. Okay, not through Esau, but specifically through Abraham and Isaac. Okay. And then Jacob. Jacob's name is changed to Israel, and he has 12 sons. They become the 12 tribes of Israel, and they make up what is today known as the children of Israel, the Hebrews. The Hebrews going back to Abraham the Hebrew, or the Jewish people. Same people group, the physical descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose name is changed to Israel. Now, they end up in slavery in Egypt because of a famine. They were blessed at first, and then Pharaoh turned against them, and they're slaves in Egypt. They cry out for a deliverer for 430 years, depending on which translation. God sends Moses, and we have the Passover Exodus. And for 40 years, they wander in the wilderness. God gives them of course, the tabernacle. They're able to worship him. He's dwelling among his people. After 40 years, through Joshua, he leads them into the promised land. They dwell together in victory, in relative peace and security through the time of Solomon. Okay. A united kingdom under David and then Solomon. The temple's built. Israel's in her glory, and then the nation divides. After Solomon, you have 10 tribes that become the kingdom of Israel in the north. You have 2 tribes in the south. Okay, Benjamin and Judah in the south. The tribe of Judah and Israel, the 10 tribes, are defeated by the Assyrians about 2,700 years ago. They're taken into captivity, into exile. We don't hear from them again.
Right. And to the world, they're lost. People think they assimilated, meaning they gave up their Jewish identity. They've been killed, whatever. They're gone.
Now, in a narrow definition, Ezra, those are the 10 lost tribes, the lost tribes of Israel.
So that's what it means by lost
tribes. Now, they're not lost to God. And they scatter, and we have some historians writing about Jewish communities that they discovered from these exiles, in Babylon, in the area that's today Turkey, all the way into Afghanistan. They migrate. India through the Silk Route, but they're lost to the scriptures. The southern kingdom remains intact, the tribe of Judah, or the kingdom of Judah, until 586. They're taken into captivity in the by the Babylonians.
Okay.
And you have a 70-year exile, and then a remnant returning through Ezra through Nehemiah. They rebuild the temple, they rebuild Jerusalem. It's only a remnant.
Okay.
So keep in mind, you have the 10 tribes scattered. Now you have the remnant remaining in Babylon, and they're scattered also.
Okay.
According to God's word, I will scatter you.
Right.
And then you have the exiles that return being scattered after the destruction of the temple and Jerusalem in 70 AD. So now they're scattered, again, after a revolt called the Bar Kokhba revolt, the Great Dispersion. And now you have Jewish communities throughout history over the last 2,000 years wandering from nation to nation.
Scattered. But there's a problem, Jonathan, and those who know your Bible at home, I think you do know that God says, I'm going to scatter you, but I'm going to regather you from all the places where I scattered you. Have we seen that happening yet in the world?
Yes, but it's relegated to a specific time in history. So we wander through Europe. We're banished from England. We're banished from Spain. You have the Spanish Inquisition. Portugal, you have Jewish communities banished, wandering.
Right.
Many end up in Turkey. Some end up in even in far away as China, Ethiopia, scattered throughout the world. Jews are instrumental in the founding of America. But God says the day will come, and he refers to it in Hebrew as Bayom Hahu. Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11.
What does Bayom Hahu mean?
Bayom Hahu, in that day.
Okay.
In that day, verse 11, the Lord will again redeem for a second time. First time is Babylonian captivity. The second time, in that day, he will gather the remnant of his people. And he mentions Assyria, Egypt, Pathos, Cush, Elam, Shinar, Hamath, and the islands of the sea. In other words, it's the whole world, but it specifically mentions Ethiopia.
By name.
By name.
Wow.
So this is a set time in history. What is Bayom Hahu? The last days.
Wow, Jonathan, last days events, the regathering of our people, so important to understand, so important for you at home to understand. You know, Jonathan, this DVD, Quest for the Lost Tribes, that we helped to produce, changed my thinking on the issue of scattered Jewish people around the world. It's actually part of what got me into this ministry. Such an important DVD. We want you to know what God's doing with our Jewish people around the world, where he scattered us, and how he's regathering us.
You may have heard of the lost tribes. You may never have heard of them, or you've just heard about them but don't know how it applies to you. This video will help you. We have not offered this in a while. We were, as Ezra said, we were actually part of the distribution process with A&E. It's a really high quality video. It will really help you understand what God is doing today with the people that he's remained faithful to. I want to encourage you, get involved with this ministry. We need you to partner with us. That gift, that ongoing support enables us to go to places like Ethiopia and Zimbabwe. I want to encourage you, get involved with this ministry. We want to get these products out here that are really unique, a Lost Tribes map that you won't find anywhere else because we produced it, because we believe this is part of Bible prophecy. And if you can give monthly, and I really want to invite you, become a monthly partner with Jewish Voice. If you'll pledge to just $30 a month, in addition to the video and the map, we'll also send you this beautiful Lost Tribes of Israel book. We produced it. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm telling you, it's a great coffee table book. This is just our way of saying thank you as you stand with us, as you support this ministry. Hey, we have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back from our Lost Tribes Discovery Center, where we are reaching out to lost tribes of Israel being restored. And I want you to be part of this, so don't go anywhere.
As you are learning today, Jewish tribes have been found in Africa, India, and other parts of the world, holding onto their traditions and their belief in the one true God for centuries. However, they're among the poorest and most persecuted people on earth. Today, you have an opportunity to make a change in their lives. When you support Jewish Voice with a one-time gift of $40, Jonathan wants to thank you for your help by sending you Quest for the Lost Tribes, an incredible documentary featured on A&E. This video uncovers the truth of how the 10 tribes vanished and where they have now been found. In addition to the DVD, you will also receive the Lost Tribes map, tracing the ancient Silk Route and denoting the location of the Jewish tribes you are helping today. We'll send all of these resources out to you right away as you support Jewish Voice Outreaches with a one-time gift of $40 or more. Your gift will help us share the gospel and change lives for these lost tribes. Call the number on the screen now so we can get these resources out to you today. If you would like your giving to make a long-term impact, Jonathan is encouraging you to join him today as a monthly partner. As you do, you will be providing the funds needed to assist local Messianic congregations in sharing the love of Yeshua throughout their local communities. As you join us with your monthly support of just $30 today, you will not only receive the DVD documentary and the map, but Jonathan will also include this African box plaque, reminding you of the part you are playing sharing the gospel around the world. We'll also send you this beautiful Lost Tribes of Israel photo book, featuring the history and images of the various tribes which Jewish Voice Outreaches are helping. Again, you will receive all of these resources for your generous support of just $30 a month. Your gift today can change a life, providing the opportunity to not only meet physical needs, but also the chance to share the love of Jesus in a very real and personal way. Call our 800 number now and let our representative know what level of giving you would like to participate in. Your one-time gift today will be used to bring the gospel of hope to thousands around the world. And if you would, please consider becoming a partner with Jewish Voice. Your gift of just $30 a month would be greatly appreciated. If you prefer, you can always choose to give online at jewishvoice.tv, or you can also donate by mailing your gift to the address on the screen. Thank you in advance for your generous support of Jewish Voice and for making a difference in so many lives through your sacrifice.
Ezra?
Yeah.
A 2-year program, a 2-year project.
Yes.
Finally brought to fruition. We are online.
Yeah, here we are, Jonathan. In this
We're wired.
Discovery Center, we have eyes on major Jewish population centers around the world. And I'm not talking about New York and Tel Aviv and Los Angeles. I'm talking about scattered Jewish groups wherever they are, in Africa, in Asia, in Northeast India, all the places where our people have been scattered. We're learning and discovering where they are and what we can do to be a part of it.
I feel like for me that I came into this about 20 years ago. I had been working in Russia with scattered tribes, but not the lost tribes of Israel.
Sure.
And then I was invited to go to Ethiopia in 1999.
Yeah.
And everything changed for me because it was literally like being moved into an Indiana Jones movie.
Right.
But instead of searching for the lost ark, it was searching for the lost people of Israel.
Sure.
Not the lost ark of Israel, but the lost people. And it began with Ethiopians, and then it spread to other groups like the B'nai Menashe,
Right.
which
In
we just
India,
talked
yeah,
about
yeah.
last week in India. And then Jewish groups started to contact us.
Right.
And say, hey, we're here. Groups in places like Somaliland, and one group in particular that I want to focus on, and it's behind us, and that's the Lemba tribe.
Yes.
In Zimbabwe.
Yes.
When you say not major groups like Jewish communities in Israel or America, these lost tribes, we're talking about groups that most people have never even heard of.
Right.
And how many of you watching have ever heard of the Lemba tribe? Ezra, talk about the Lemba tribe.
Yeah. The Lemba, Jonathan, is an incredible discovery. Not a discovery to the Lord, because we know he's known where they are for the whole time they've been outside Israel, but a discovery to us about 10 years ago. We were able to go down to Zimbabwe and sit with leaders, chiefs of what's called the Lemba tribe. And that word, Lemba, actually comes from a place in Yemen, Saudi Arabia area where this group first settled after they left Israel. Their story, their oral history goes like this. Under Ezra and Nehemiah, there were priests, there were Levites working in the temple who had married pagan wives, non-Jewish wives.
Okay, now, I need to stop you because
Sure.
this is really monumental. We're not just talking about Jews.
Right.
We're talking about priests.
Yes.
We're talking about
Yes.
Levites.
Yes.
The Levites were the priests of Israel.
Yes.
That was the tribe of Levi.
Right.
Were designated to be the ones that worked in the temple.
Yes.
And out of the tribe of Levi came the high
Exactly.
priest.
Jacob had 12 sons, and one of those sons, Levi, was the priestly tribe.
And the Lemba's claim is we're
priests. Yes, and there's something very specific here, because not just Levites, like my family's maiden name is Levitt, so Levites, but within the house of Levi, as we know, there was the house of Aaron, right? The Kohanim, the high priests. So the Lembas claim, if you ask them, who are you? They'll say, we come from Israel. But if you press them, they'll say, we are the house of Aaron. Not just the house of Levi. They say, we are the house of Aaron. In essence, they're saying, we know that we are descendants of the high priests of Israel.
And
It's
they've
incredible.
carried, so Ezra, they've carried this oral tradition
Yes.
for hundreds of years.
Yes. Thousands, Jonathan. Thousands since they left Israel. It's amazing.
It is. So go on with the Lemba.
So the Lemba were the house of Aaron, the house of Levi, these priests and high priests who had married pagan wives, and under Ezra and Nehemiah, they were kicked out of the land of Israel because they refused to separate from the non-Jewish wives that they had married. And so as the oral history goes, they migrated out of Israel across the Jordan River into Saudi Arabia, into Yemen, and then eventually by boats on that small little patch of water of the Red Sea between the Middle East and the East African seaboard. And so they came into Africa over 1,000 years ago, and little by little migrated down the eastern seaboard of Africa into what's today southern and eastern Africa, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, even other areas on the continent.
How many are we talking about?
We're
Just
talking
rough
about
estimates.
at least, you ready? At least 80,000. And if you count the regional population, upwards of 200,000 people today.
200,000.
Yes.
We're talking about living in the bush.
Yes, living out in rural areas in southern Africa, but saying, we know that we come from Israel.
Disconnected from the Jewish community.
For 2,700 years.
Only 2,700 years. How do we know they're Jews?
Well, their oral history, again, there's a cost being scattered in the nations of the world to say I'm Jewish. It's not a benefit. Usually it means isolation and persecution.
Right.
So anybody who says to us and contacts us and says we're Jewish, we listen up, because it's not to their benefit usually to say that. Oral history, tradition, the Lemba only slaughter meat. You ready? 2,700 years after leaving Israel, they only slaughter meat in the way that's biblically prescribed to be kosher, and they don't eat anything that's biblically unclean meat. They only marry wives within the Lemba community.
Wait, in the bush of Zimbabwe, they eat kosher meat.
The people around are eating whatever you can find because food is scarce. The Lemba are only eating what's biblically clean meat, and they have Lemba butchers who slaughter it in the way that the priests were
And
commanded
it's not
to
that they're
slaughter
reading
meat.
the Torah.
Correct.
This is their oral tradition.
Correct. They've passed it on. We say in Hebrew, ledor vador, from generation to generation.
Incredible.
They've maintained these traditions. And not only that, nobody believed the Lemba, Jonathan, and they said, in essence, prove
They
it.
don't intermarry, you said.
They don't intermarry.
And circumcision.
Circumcision. Unfortunately for the Lemba, it's on the 8th year for the boys, not the 8th day, so they missed that one a little bit, but they kept the 8.
We get the
We're
idea,
talking
though.
with them about that.
But the last one.
Yes, the last and perhaps the most recent and most important one is nobody believed the Lemba and said, prove it. Well, the Lemba did. One of the clans in the Lemba community, Jonathan, had their DNA sent to a lab for testing. You ready? A 70% match to historically Semitic Levite DNA.
Wait, Levite DNA?
Levite. In essence,
So-
the Cohens and the Levis in the world sent their DNA in, and the Lemba sent their DNA, and it's a 70% match 2,700 years later.
This is miraculous. I want you to understand that this is the fulfillment of Bible prophecy before our very eyes.
Yeah.
And you get to be part of it. Ezra, we get to be part of
Yeah,
this.
Jonathan, we are a part of it. We're a part of it as a ministry. We want you to join with us in being a part of it. Part of being a part of it is understanding specifically what God is doing. This DVD, Jonathan, that we helped to distribute together with A&E, Quest for the Lost Tribes, was actually instrumental in my getting involved in this ministry in the first place. It explains where our people are scattered in the world, how we got there, and how it seems that God may be regathering us to himself into the land of
You
Israel.
may think that the lost tribes is an irrelevant issue for you as a Christian, but it's very relevant because it's God fulfilling his promises concerning the last days.
Yeah.
And he's inviting every believer to be part of this last days move of his spirit. Great things ahead.
Yes.
And we get to be part of it. We want you to invest in this ministry. We need your partnership. It's your partnership that enables us to reach the lost tribes, to bless the Jewish people and their neighbors. And we do it through medical, dental, eye care. We do it through the proclamation of the gospel. I want to invite you, get involved with Jewish Voice.